Hey. Hey, man.
Hey. That ended in a second.
Hey, thank you.
Wow.
Yeah, that's one of the first ones that I ever made. So it had to be quick. It had to be fast and quick, and
that was like music to make love by. I mean, just fast and quick and gone. And it was just like, wow.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Hey, everybody, it's Johnny Beane and Jonathan Mancuda.
Hey, everybody. And Neander Paul will be on his way shortly. He's taking care of something.
It's May 26, 2020, 8:09 Eastern Time, 5:09 Pacific. And this is Talking Guitars and 80s Metal Live.
Yeah. I see already in the chat, Cobra Kai Platoon is doing the popcorn chant, which is when Popcorn the band comes out onto stage. And then let's see, Jim Nicholas, hashtag Blue Rhino love. Thank you. Blue Rhino in the house, of course.
There he is.
Also a member of Popcorn the band is our Johnny and I. Jojo the Chimp not on the show today. And Neander Paul coming in shortly. Coming in hot.
Yes. And Ned is
Ned
here.
The cat.
There he is.
Ned the cat.
There he is.
The good thing about a live show is I'm always waiting for Ned the cat to like just swash at Johnny's eye and just like you know, sort of in a Nick Fury kind of way. Johnny will have an eye patch next week.
Yeah. No, I don't think he would do that. He's very good.
No one thinks the cat's gonna take their eye out. No one thinks that.
Yeah, I know.
You put it up to your face and you kiss and you're blowing nums and the next thing you know, the cat's like feral. Cat's been dipping into the Bang energy drink and cat found your cocaine bag and is licking it. And, you know.
Well, he was feral. You know, when we got him, and now he's used to the place, you know. But no, you don't. Yeah, you don't do a lot of that stuff. I mean, although that is what makes viral videos. So. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you want a clip of this going to 2 million views, you just lose an eye, Johnny, and you're golden. Yeah, maybe I'll think about that. Yeah. Think about it. Just the ratings are worth everything for the fans, Johnny. We do this for the fans. For the fans. For the fans. Okay, maybe next week. Maybe next week. Think about it. Tune in next week when Johnny says, "No!" In the meantime, thank you to our executive producers. Let's see who we got here. Our executive producers, the bosses. The bosses. We always got to take care of the bosses first before we do the show. The big bosses. Charles Green, Mike Neese, Connor Johnson, 5150, Robbie Johnston, Music Therapy Laz, Michael the Captain Smith, David Ennis, Thomas Santiago, some Dave dude, and oh my God, Steve Carmichael. Thank you. Those are the big bosses. The big bosses. There's several, but those are the big ones. Those are the big ones. Well, we have other bosses to report on. There's other ones. Yeah, there's like 34 of them. Yeah. Listen, everyone's pulling me in different directions. It's like one's tugging my testicles. Mancuda, you got to do this for the show. The other one's on my eyelash. Mancuda, you got to do this. And Mancuda, stop doing this. That's most of them, you know. And our sponsors. Our sponsors say the same thing. Yeah, usually a conversation starts with a wagging finger and Mancuda, don't you do, and then just fill in the blank. There's just always 100 things. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. So what's new, man? It's been well, let's see. I want to look through the chat because I see like so many fun people leaving so many cool comments. Let's see. Going through it. Let's do a quick roll call. It's cruising. It's cruising there, elevating like nobody's been. They're going up like COVID deaths. It's oh boy, yeah. So
Yeah. So, well, we want those going down. We want the viewership going up. But anyway, let's see. Some Dave dude, Chris Deja Vu. That's a cool name. Fruitcake Tony, how are you, brother? Mike Neese, David Scher, Joe Hervey, Linny Lou, and Mary, Steffi, Dwight Bailey, Johnny Bean's in the house, Nightbot's in the house, Mark Dillon, how are you? Cobra Kai Platoon, Ben Coombs, Amanda Coombs, Jim Nicholas, Vistalite 1972, Hal Face, Bri the Sign Guy. Who else we got in the house?
Are you watching through the StreamYard?
I'm watching through YouTube. I watch through YouTube.
Okay.
So you got to read off the ones from Facebook and from StreamYard.
Yes, because we're live on YouTube and Facebook, by the way. And those channel members, those are YouTube only. Yeah. So if you want to help support the channel as far as becoming a channel member, that's through YouTube.
See, Joe Hervey 84, Brendan Buttcheeks, Jim Nicholas, Kenko Door, David Scher, who does share Hardwood.
Thank you, Mike Neese. Thank you, Mike Neese.
Always.
And over on Facebook, we got Richard Morales.
Richard Morales.
Hey, Richard, welcome.
How are you, brother? Hey, man. Let's see. Papa Blue, Matt Stewart. Yeah, Fruitcake Tony. Of course, I got music news coming up. Frank Corcoran, Edwin Crane, John BL. How are you, brother? Ron John. Hey. Going through. The chat's just whipping through. Kevin Coachell, everybody, all of you. All of you. We love you all. And we appreciate you tuning in. Zim's Guitars, Janice Lala. Hey, Janice. Headstock Hara, Matt Stewart, Tupsupio. I'm almost done, I promise. And everyone else. The Professor, Marianne,
Ron John,
Neander Paul sitting home eating popcorn like, I'm so glad I'm not on right now.
Sounds good, popcorn.
Yeah. Popcorn the band, baby. Our big summer tour with Billy and the Boingers canceled. That sucks. Amber Bell, how are you?
Welcome, Amber.
Yeah, we were gonna play with Billy and the Boingers. So that was a good bill for the summer. But Popcorn the band's summer tour canceled for now. Han 36 solo. We'll get back on the road. Don't worry. We're gonna support our Popcorn the band for everybody. Yeah. SD Design, you rock too, man. Thank you. So, Johnny, how was your Memorial Day weekend? Did you let me be clear real quick before we even get into this? I just want to clarify, because I have such a huge respect for veterans and the military and everyone that makes those sacrifices for the freedoms that we enjoy today, including my freedom to be an idiot on national television and air and radio and all this shit. I have a huge respect, and I want to clarify what Memorial Day is, because there is a little confusion there among a lot of people. Right. If you can see someone that served, that's a veteran. That's not what yesterday was for. Yesterday was Memorial Day. It's for those that didn't come home. It's for those that made that ultimate sacrifice, those that never got back to family, never got back to friends, never came home from fighting for your freedoms. So I really want to clarify, Memorial Day is to remember those that sacrificed their lives for all the freedoms we enjoy, no matter what they are. And Veterans Day, which is in November, comes along, and that's where we pay tribute to the living veterans who served their country, and we tip our hats to and thank them for our freedoms. So there you go. Memorial Day, Veterans Day, and thank you to everyone who is a veteran and watching out there right now. That's it.
Yes.
So how was everyone's Veterans Day? Memorial Day. I just read a whole damn soapbox piece. Jesus Christ.
Start over.
All right, so let me distinguish between Veterans Day and Memorial. No, how was everyone's Memorial Day? Did you have a nice time, a barbecue? As much, hopefully all social distance as much as possible, and
hopefully, although I've been seeing stories about people, crowding the beaches.
Yeah, it depends on the state. It depends where it is. And, I know I took a road trip this week. I was I went from California and drove out to Denver with my bestie. And we drove about 24 hours through, let's see, we went through from California to Nevada to Arizona to Utah and then to Colorado. Nice drive, great drive. And, I noticed that everyone pretty much in most states that I saw, most people were wearing masks. I mean, you had a few people out there that weren't doing it and, whatever. But I was glad to see that even in most states, with, the levels that they have and everything, most people were still wearing masks and keeping distant and, trying to be clean and sanitizing and everything. So I was really happy. That was great because, we want everyone out there to be okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Han 30, his niece had a baby. Yeah, congratulations. You should have used a condom. What the hell? Or doesn't anyone swallow anymore? What?
Oh,
I mean, congratulations. Congratulations. Your niece had a baby. All right. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
That's good. No, yeah, congratulations.
So you had a road trip. You had a good time.
Yeah. I had a road trip, and I went in the back seat to jerk off. It was a load trip, so yeah. Because what's he gonna do? Stop me? We're driving on the cliffs of the Rocky Mountains. He's nervous as hell. He's saying, "What are you doing back there?" Nothing. Just watch the road. Watch the road. So yeah. And someone asked. By the way, someone asked in the chat what today's flavor of Bang Energy drink today is. Root Beer Blaze, our sponsor. Bang Energy drink. Look at that, Root Beer Blaze. And I can't even tell you how much Bang Energy drink I drank on this road trip, because you're driving 24 hours, so you got to stay awake. It's because you don't want to go off the fucking into the Grand Canyon. So my mom will sell all my shit. Believe me, you're gonna see all the guitars you see on the show are gonna be for sale. The Johnny Beane energy drink is a new sponsor. Johnny's gonna start his own energy drink company with all the money from all my stuff. That's really good though. I like all their flavors. You know what? Across all 5 states, every truck stop had tons of this stuff, and most of the flavors actually. And there's 20-something flavors. So I had my pick of the litter. I had a shit ton of them.
Did you see any flavors that you hadn't had before? Any brand
new?
That one, okay.
Root Beer Blaze.
So you bought?
I actually asked them for it. And I didn't get any, but I wanted it. I wanted to try it, so I bought a bag of them. And I drank most of them on the trip, but now Bang's like, great, we don't have to send them any. Yeah. So yeah, so they're great. And I've tried pretty much all their flavors. I've tried the coffee line, the iced tea line, all their sweet flavored line. I love all that. I love Bang Energy drink. I'm glad to have them and Swiss Picks as a sponsor, because these are the picks I use. Swiss Picks with holes big enough for my tiny pee-pee to go through. Get a better grip, play guitar better. Well, I don't know if I play guitar better, but at least the pick doesn't go flying off. But they're great picks.
I was using mine. I was doing some recording, every day, but like a week ago, I was using this one.
Was that the one of the glow in the dark ones?
Actually, this is the glow in the dark one. Yeah. Yep.
I like those too. I like those. I like the pink ones. I want them to make the green ones are my favorite. But I want them to make a neon pink one with a sharp point. I like the rounded points. You can see right there. So I want Pete, if you're listening, because I know you watch the show, obviously, I want you to make a Mancuda edition right here, Talking Guitars and 80s Metal edition, in neon pink with a round tip, just like this one, or maybe half pink, half green, or something, or pink and black, something like that. I want you to make an edition for us.
Oh, that'd be great.
These are cool. These are cool. Yeah, we got to get like a Talking Guitars and 80s Metal special edition Swiss pick made. I'll sell 1 million of them.
There you go.
Yeah, because I'll buy them all. I'll just have cases and cases, and Swiss picks will be like, "Wow, Mancuda, you really sold a lot of picks." Yeah. Big sponsor of the show. Glad you're on. Glad you're a sponsor. And then I'm looking at in my bedroom. There's like 40 cases of picks stacked to the ceiling.
Wow, they're like, wow, we sold them all in one day. Oh, yeah. The same address.
Yeah, wow. They must be a distribution center.
One box. Yeah.
Yeah, so I went across a couple of states, and it's a beautiful trip. I mean, it's nice. People are so friendly, and everyone's real nice. Look at a little loser in pink over there. They're very nice. They're very nice. And no, everyone's really friendly. And the cool thing about you go on a trip like that, you get to stop at these awesome truck stops. And I mean, like, not just like a Love's or something where it's like a typical truck stop. I mean, these big, oversized, like Terrible's Roadhouse, and these giant ones that have like restaurants inside, and like 600 types of jerky and every candy ever made and every flavor of everything, and a White Castle and rides and a Bigfoot statue to pose next to. I mean, all sorts of cool shit like that. You know?
Yeah, actually, I was just watching a vlog somebody did, and they went to like the biggest truck stop in the country.
Which one is it?
I'm trying to think. Let me Google,
because I know Terrible's is the biggest one in the state. That's in Nevada.
Largest truck stop. It's in Iowa. World's largest truck stop.
Iowa.
That's what it's called.
What's it called? Oh, really?
It's called the world's largest truck stop. It's in Iowa.
Because there's not a lot of big truck stops in like Paris or something. So I don't know if the world's really a big thing as much as the States. In the States, we do a lot of trucking interstate, and I've driven cross the country before, and I always stop at them, and it's amazing some of the things you could find in there. Literally, I went into one, and they had all these stuffed animals, just like hundreds and hundreds of different, all sizes stuffed animals, like a real life stuffed deer. So you stop for gas, and your daughter's walking out with like an alpaca, a life-size stuffed cow, a fuckable sheep with a real latex vagina. It's like, I mean, it's like, wow, what the fuck? Who actually buys these? Dad, I need that bear. What? Do they have a teddy bear in there? No, Dad, there's an 18-foot black grizzly bear for $5,000. I need that on the top roof of the car. Holy shit. It's like, where do they come up with this stuff? But then you got cool stuff like, give them a little plug, Alien Fresh Jerky. So, this is like barbecue on the moon flavor. Do you guys in the chat ever have this stuff? Do you like fresh jerky? I don't like that leathery kind of hard as a piece of wood chip jerky. I like these fresh jerkies that kind of soft steak meat. There you go. They're kind of jerky is. They tenderize the meat.
You ready, Paul?
Paul's like, I don't want to come on now. Yeah, so they have flavors of jerky. And speaking of jerky,
it's weird. You said fuckable sheep, and if you'd had said it 2 more times, I would have had to use my Beetlejuice entrance. If you say it 3 times, then I appear.
Listen to that. Listen to how low his voice is.
What do you mean? Is it low?
Your voice is lower again.
Why?
Your audio's off.
The audio
is so weird.
Your audio's off.
All right, I'll be right back.
You're breaking up a bit.
I'll be right back.
I'll be right back.
That's weird.
It's like Gene Simmons. It's like Gene. If you go up to the mirror and you say Gene Simmons' name 3 times, and you hold up $1 to the mirror, Gene will appear in the mirror and take the $1 and just disappear. Thank you.
Is that true?
Yeah, try it. I'm serious. Do it after the show. Don't do it now. But
I'm
do
not
it
gonna
after
do it
the
now.
show.
Maybe later.
Yeah, but I like there's a place in Arizona that's like a really good fresh jerky place, and this one's good too. And I just love all that stuff and chocolate. And I mean, you know, I must have eaten like just tons and tons of food, all washed down by Bang energy drink. You know,
well, sitting in the car for 24 hours.
Yeah, well.
Wow.
And then I went with my buddy on the way there. Going back, I went alone. So it was just me and loads of Bang energy drink. So
there's only room for the cans.
Yeah, it's of course there's like a hitchhiker flashing her tits and she's real hot, and it's like, you know, Vegas or bust, free blowjobs, you know, and whatever. And I'm like, oh, I wish I could pick her up. And I look on the bucket seat and there's like six cases of Bang energy drink, and I'm like, nah, I'm sorry, honey. I'm still brokenhearted over my breakup, so I can't sacrifice the I gotta go with the Bang. I gotta go with the energy drink. I'm sorry. And so she's probably still out in the desert if you guys want to grab her. Let's see. Fruitcake Tony in the chat wants to know, every concert tour on earth has been canceled and refunded. Why has the Mötley Crüe stadium tour not been canceled yet? They say an announcement coming June 1st. Tony, I talked about this last week. They are the only concert tour that is still clinging on that they're going to give you a window of 30 days to refund stuff after they make the announcement. And it's pissing a lot of people off because people need money for food right now. They know the concert's definitely not going to happen right now. It's maybe next year if we're lucky. We'll see. But, Bon Jovi gave back refunds like instantly. And it's not really the band's fault. It's not Mötley Crüe's fault. It's not Def Leppard. It's not anyone like, it's Live Nation. Live Nation has a policy. They won't give back refunds of concerts until the concert is officially canceled by the date. And within 30 days windows of that is when you have the chance to apply for a refund. So we talked about it last week in depth. I'm just giving you a brief overview now. If you bought stadium tour tickets, get ready, because they're going to make their big fucking announcement finally about certain dates. I don't know if they're going to announce all the dates, but get ready and just get on the phone with them, get your refund, and ride off into the sunset, because it's bullshit that they haven't given refunds, but that's their policy, so whatever. Hi, Paul.
Do I sound sexier now?
Let's hear you.
I don't know.
God damn it, no.
Hey, Paul.
What's going on? Something weird must be happening.
Oh, Paul.
He's not good. He's not fine.
How about now? Does it
sound
okay
you sound
now?
normal. You sound normal, but that's so weird how you come on and your voice is lower.
And I didn't do anything. It's got to be something with like my audio interface or something like that. I have no idea why that would happen.
It's like down an octave.
Well, it's because I've got huge testicles.
Besides that.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Got like a brick sitting on his balls right now.
My apologies for being late. I actually have a job and I actually had to do work. So I apologize for that.
Oh,
what did I miss?
Well, you got over us.
I heard I heard fuck toy, which again, it's like my bat signal. And a couple other things, and then you were obviously grouching about the stadium tour, which again I am 100% in agreement with you. The idea that they hung on to this money as long as they have is bullshit. It's essentially, I found this out years ago. I was working for a radio station in Memphis, Tennessee, and I didn't understand why something about like we're supposed to get paid every 2 weeks, and they held on to our paycheck until like on a holiday weekend. We didn't get paid until the day after the holiday instead of the day before the holiday. And it turns out it's because if the holiday falls at the end of the month or something like that, and the money stays in the bank account, they get the interest based upon however much money was in the account or something stupid like that. My guess is that there are some interest dividends or something like that that have been paid off versus all the tickets that have been sold throughout the country for this entire tour, that if they gave refunds a couple of months ago, they would have lost out on some of those interest payments that they would have made or something like that. There's a profit margin there that I think that they've been sort of sucking on that teat for a while. And now they're kind of like, okay, this is as far as we can go with this. We need to release the money back to people. That's my guess.
Yeah, they probably paid a lot of that tour in advance for setups and stadiums and equipment and roadies. And they probably paid a lot of things in advance. And that's what all that interest is probably like going to, so they don't take as much of a hit.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, I agree that, and again, there's a level of insurance or something like that I'm guessing that they're going through, that their accountants are all going through, or their lawyers are all going through to say, is a pandemic, is a virus applicable under the umbrella of act of God or something like that, is an unforeseen thing that could cause the tour to be canceled, like a war or some sort of a thing that, there's these little things that are these riders that are written into the contract that say, hey, in the event of something stupid like this, if we cancel the tour, do we have to refund money, or is there some sort of a contingency payment like insurance? You know what I mean? Like all those cars that they give away. Like if you go to a hockey game, you go to a Kings game or wherever, whatever hockey team you follow in other parts of the country, or basketball team, whatever. If a guy can make a half-court shot and they win $50,000, that's an insurance clause. It's not like they have $50,000 waiting, and if anybody hits it, it's basically a gamble. Somebody buys an insurance policy. They calculate the odds of whether or not somebody with no experience whatsoever can go out at half court without even practicing it, take one shot and sink it, and make $50,000. It's a gamble on that thing. I'm guessing that there's probably a clause in every tour rider that says, if something weird happens, a pestilence falls from the sky and we get canceled, do we have to pay anything for it? And I bet.
Well, this is the year for it. I mean, we're getting murder hornets and an abundance of aphids and all sorts of. I'm waiting for locusts and blood in the water.
Oh God!
This is the year of the death of the firstborn. I mean, this is it.
Yes.
Oh my God.
The apocalypse is here. Let me touch on something real quick, because Blank Palette 2 brings up a really good point. He's a veteran, and thank you, by the way, Blank Palette 2, for your service. And he says it's Memorial Day is not a joyous occasion. It's supposed to be to remember and reflect, not worry about having a barbecue and worrying about going to the beach, because that's offensive. And yeah, again, it is a reflection holiday. It is. I always look at it as a celebration of thanks to those that lost their lives, and a remembrance and a reflection. That's how I always look at it. And again, I just want people to know that difference. So
I would say, and I post this every year. I put up the difference between Memorial Day, Veterans Day, and Armed Services Day. When people say Happy Memorial Day, it is, to me, it is an acknowledgement of you should enjoy the freedom that you have, because so many people have given their lives in order for you to enjoy that freedom. So you had better celebrate. Otherwise, you're dishonoring the memory of those people that have died to allow you that freedom. So I think that explains the Happy Memorial Day. Happy Memorial Day isn't about being thankful that all these people gave their lives in service to the country, although that's what you should be doing. And so you live your life as free and as joyous as you possibly can, to honor the memory of those that gave their lives so that you could have this kind of life. We are very spoiled and entitled in this country, and it's because of those people that served and died for our freedom that we should get out and enjoy it and embrace it as much as possible and stop taking it for granted. Otherwise, their death was for nothing. So I think that's what the intention behind Happy Memorial Day is, but I can see where it's somebody that had served or somebody that's a veteran or somebody would misinterpret that phrase Happy Memorial Day.
Yeah, it's the happy part that kind of says, well, what's so happy? I lost friends in a war.
Right.
You're basically you're spot on in where I'm thinking also that you're basically enjoying the freedoms that they died for and remembering that that's what they died for and speaking up for that. So I agree with that.
You want to be humbled. I spent the Memorial Day. Go ahead. I was going to say, I spent. No,
I was just going to thank Eva. Go ahead.
Oh no, sorry. Do we have a delay?
You, Paul.
We must have a delay. No, I was just going to say, if you want to be humble,
I actually am getting feedback on you. Are you, Johnny? Are you getting feedback on Paul?
No, I'm just seeing two guys talking to each other, and it's just the weirdest thing.
All right, I'm getting a feedback too, but all right.
Feedback.
Go ahead, Paulie.
Like feedback.
I was just going to say, if you want to be humbled, I went out on the road with Jackal for a couple of days, and we ended up in San Diego, and it was something that was very important to Jeff Worley, whose grandfather fought in the Banana Wars years ago, which is something that if you just Google the Banana Wars, you'll learn about it. But and at Fort Rosecrans, which is the West Coast version of Arlington National Cemetery, lies the body of a man named Hardcore Hannikin, which was his nickname. He was a major in the Marines. I think he's a lieutenant colonel when he passed. And that guy commanded Jeff Worley's grandfather in the Banana Wars. So it was very important for us to take time out at like 6 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday on Memorial Day weekend, to get to Fort Rosecrans and look up the burial spot of this guy who led his grandfather. Jeff Worley wanted to be there and kneel. I have a picture of it somewhere where I'll send it to Johnny. Maybe we can show it, where he kneels down at the headstone of this guy who commanded his grandfather and saved his grandfather's life during the war. Had he not done that, Jeff and his brother Chris wouldn't be here, and Jackal wouldn't be a band. And it's like the butterfly effect of all of those things is incredibly humbling. It's not something I would have expected going out on the road with Jackal, being out partying and going to all these clubs and playing all these shows. But it was so important that we were there. We went way out of our way to go out to that point there at Fort Rosecrans to have this moment. I'll find that picture and send it to Johnny so that we can post it at some point. Yeah.
That's very cool. That's very, very cool. And I've so many times said, always. I know we have holidays to thank, to remember those that lost their lives. And I know we have holidays to thank our veterans, but anytime you see a veteran, thank them. They're easy to spot now. They have hats on usually. They're commemorating. I was in Vietnam. I was in Korea, because every day those people deserve our thanks. Every day. You see one, you thank one. That's the right thing to do.
Sorry, I'm getting those pictures and sending them to John.
Paul,
yeah, I think you should always you should always take a moment to thank those veterans, because they are what do you call it? Now I have a call coming in. They volunteered. And that's the difference is they knew what they were getting.
They volunteered to risk their life.
Yeah, for us.
Yeah. And all the freedoms we enjoy. So I've always been very big on that. I'm still very big on that. I always will be very big on that.
There you go. I just sent that picture of Jeff.
Cobra Kai wants to know, did I buy the stuffed bear? No, I didn't actually, but I'm happy with Blue Rhino. That's as much of the stuffed animal as I can handle. He already gets all the girls.
There is Fort Rosecrans. That is the gate that you go to. That guardhouse up there in the that you see behind the palm tree. Inside that house, there's a desk where there's an attendant. To the left of it there's a little. You'll see where that white car is. There's a little looks like a porch or an alcove. In there is a massive book of all the names of soldiers that are buried in that cemetery, and you essentially look the person up by name. By their last name, and it will tell you what section of the cemetery, what row area that their body is interned at, and then you basically write it down, and then you go off on your little hunt through Fort Rosecrans. And again, there are tens of thousands of headstones lined up in that grid, like you see right there. And you can see there are a couple of cars there. That's like 6:30 in the morning on a Sunday, on Memorial Day weekend. People show up and you walk through there, and they have the most amazing view of the point. I think it's called Point Loma, and somebody would be able to correct me. But see if you look where that red fence is off in the background, just behind that is the ocean. And it's beautiful.
Nice.
And I know Johnny has the picture of
That's
Jeff
great,
Worley, Jeff Worley from Jackal kneeling at the headstone of Henry Hannikin. And I had to grab a picture of it because it was a very touching moment.
Let's see. I'll grab that.
Yeah. And that's what Memorial Day is all about. And it was a very humbling experience to be part of. We joke about a lot of things, but Memorial Day is you start to learn it's way bigger than all of us. And so when you hear Happy Memorial Day, I think that sometimes people misinterpret it, but I think it's more of a acknowledgement of the sacrifices that brought us to where we are. And I'm sorry I brought, we went to a very, very sort of this. See, there's the rose. I mean, it's unbelievable. And that goes on for miles.
Wow.
No, look, I think it's incredibly important to remember that. And I started it. I wanted to, look, I love bringing everyone up on the show. I love making everyone laugh. That's what you come here for, an escape. But I also think this is important to acknowledge just what we just celebrated yesterday and why.
Yeah. And again,
there you go. It's a tribute.
The guitar player in Jackal felt this was way more important than sleeping in on Sunday. They had just played Saturday night in at the Grove at Anaheim. In fact, we were at NAMM, and it was the day after NAMM that we went down to play at some place in San Diego. I forget what the name of the bar was, but it was important for us to get up early and go do this at a time. We got on the bus at like 3:00 in the morning. And that's Jeff Worley, the guitar player from Jackal. That's a picture that nobody will publish in any magazine. But I felt like it was necessary I had to capture that moment. And I thanked him for allowing me.
It's a great moment, man.
Yeah. So that's where we were. He was a brigadier general there before he passed, but I think he was only a lieutenant colonel or a major during the Banana Wars. So that's what Memorial Day was about right there. A guy who doesn't know him.
That works for me, man.
Yeah, he doesn't know that man. He'd never met that man. He doesn't know anything about the family, but because of that man, he exists. I thought that was
and all the freedoms we enjoy.
So,
and let me just shout out in the chat. Eddie E just finished his Eddie Van Halen Frankie with mods. Couldn't be happier. Send us photos, man. We'll put them up. Kevin Coachell, Zach Thong. How's everyone doing? Jason Becker. Everyone, how's everyone doing? And yeah, Blue Rhino in the house. And thank you for the love you're giving Blue Rhino in the chat. And leave us a thumbs up down there. And remember to subscribe for the show as we go along today. Thank you all. Happy to have everyone here. Nice crowd floating in. So, Paul, what did you do yesterday? Johnny and I were just comparing notes. I went on a road trip this week. Johnny drank tea.
I didn't even say what I did.
And what did you do?
I didn't do anything.
Well, go ahead, Johnny.
All
right, there it is. Paul, what do you do? Go ahead, Johnny. Go ahead, man.
No, I didn't. I was just here. I was here.
Did you do streams?
Actually, I did. I did a stream with my friend Steve Knight from the band Flipside. I did a stream over on their Facebook. I've been working with them a bunch. All the different band members, helping them do this stuff. And so,
I spent this past weekend. I did the whole weekend. I spent several $100s on music. I went because the record stores have been closed for 2 months.
Damn.
So I went. And I found this will make John.
My boner explode.
Happy. Yeah, I found the Wild Boys CD. Remember Wild Boys?
I remember Young Boys.
I found Wild Boys.
I do remember Wild Boys actually.
I also found Wild Side. I found Kill for Thrills on CD.
Wild Side. Hang on, Lucy.
Wild
Side, Hang On Lucy. Great song.
What else did I find? A bunch of very, very obscure CDs that I bought both Steve Jones CDs from the Sex Pistols because I had never owned those. Mercy and Fire and Gasoline. Just like I just went out when I went shopping, I just found a whole bunch of like CDs that I'm like, I don't know why I would buy this, but my local CD store was having a buy 3 get 1 free sale. So that's when you go and you fill in your catalog of stuff that's like, like Cheap Trick stuff that you don't already own or something like that. So I think I spent I don't know. I spent somewhere around $260, $270 on used CDs. So that was how I enjoyed my Memorial Day.
Cool, man.
Very cool.
That's a lot of CDs.
Yeah. I found this is apparently out of print and in demand. I don't know why it is.
What is it? I can't read it. What is it?
Wild Boys Unleashed.
Is that a pyramid they're making?
It looks like it.
Wait, which one is it?
Maybe these guys.
That's the first Wild Boys album, right?
Yeah.
That's the first Wild Boys album, isn't it?
Yes,
yeah. Okay.
And apparently it's in
demand.
Yeah, from what I understand, I guess it sells on eBay for like $30 or $40. I'm like, are you kidding me? So that one and where's the Wild Side one?
It's a cool CD.
Have you listened to any of those yet?
Nope. Nope. That's typical.
Paul just buys them, unwraps them, and files them. Paul just wants to obscure metal bands.
No, that's the beauty of it.
I do too, but I listen to them.
Oh no, I certainly do listen to them. That's when, like, if I'm driving when I drive to and from work at 3 o'clock in the morning, I'll listen to a little bit of news just to see if I missed anything from when I got up. But then I throw CDs in, man. I put something in, or if I'm on my way to and from someplace, I immediately rip everything to a hard drive, and then I take the hard drive and just plug it into the stereo system in my truck and just hit shuffle. And so when one of these, thousands of CDs fires up this song, oh, what was this? And it's like being turned on to new music. I don't know anything about Wild Boys. I couldn't tell you a Wild Boys song, but I just bought it for the hell of it.
But you know what? If they have that look, you know what genre they are. So at least you could say, okay, I'll give them a shot. I've discovered so many metal bands like that just from, seeing, okay, well, these guys are either posers or cool, but one way or the other, they're in my genre. So I'm going to give them a listen. If the used CD place lets me give them a listen, all it takes is one track for me to like to justify buying the CD. One track. I'll buy a whole CD just for one track. It's like suck, 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 suck. Oh, the ballad's good. Okay, I'm in. And that's it.
or you like
there it is, the first Wild Side. No, that song Hang On Lucy is fucking awesome. I love that song.
The thing that I do is what I'll do is I'll buy 3 things that I want that I was looking for. Like I want to fill in my Cheap Trick library or whatever it is. And then I go to myself, okay, I don't know who this band is, but I'm getting the CD for free. So why not? Like for example, I found Loud House. Do you remember Loud House?
The name, yes.
Loud House.
I don't remember the visual on them though.
Loud House was the band. They did a cover of Smoke on the Water back in the late 80s, early 90s. But Loud House didn't do shit as a band. But a couple of the guys from Loud House, they're from Detroit. A couple of the guys from Loud House would go on to form a band called Sponge, who had a couple of hits in the mid-90s.
Oh, I love their Birth Control. Their Birth Control was terrific. What was it? It was Jameson Squidward, Mr. Crab. I remember these guys. There was a squirrel or chipmunk or something, and they played in that Pineapple Under the Sea stadium. I remember.
Yes. So yeah, that's Sponge. No, you remember Sponge? They had the song about Molly Ringwald.
Oh, who lives in a pineapple under the sea? SpongeBob SquarePants, yellow and porous, absorbent to see.
Brian, the side guy, asked what Sponge.
If nautical nonsense is something you wish, SpongeBob SquarePants, inject to the ground and flop like a fish. SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants. Yeah, I love the Sponge. Sponge was great.
Yeah, they're big. Sponge's big song.
Right now, guys, all the entertainment that you at home paid for. This is you're getting your money's worth today. This is all the entertainment.
This is it right now. So,
speaking of obscure bands,
I think there's like a delay.
Obscure band.
Yes.
This is weird.
There is some sort of thing. I'm going to sign out real quick.
There's definitely some sort of a.
So Johnny, you and I are hearing each other in real time right now, right? I guess not.
What? No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I heard you. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So I believe there's some sort of a delay, and I don't know if it's not between us. We're hearing everybody in real time. Mancuta's getting a delay of some sort. It was
on his side. I don't think it was even me and him. I think it was you and him.
Yeah, it's somewhere along the line. I'm wired in. I'm not on a wireless network, so everything should be immediate as far as response time goes.
Let's see. Here he is.
All right.
Hey.
All right, let's try it.
Welcome back.
I know you fuckers are fucking with me.
No, we're not.
No, we're not.
I know what you're doing already.
Oh, something is wrong. No.
Everyone freeze. You dick.
What?
No, is Mancuta's still delayed, isn't he?
I think he is.
It is Tech More on Tuesday.
John, can you hear me?
I'm delayed.
Can you hear me? I'm gonna say 1.
Yes, I hear you.
I'm gonna say 1. After I say 1, you say 2. Okay. 1,
2.
Okay. 2.
Oh, you're delayed.
Great.
John, you got some major delays.
I'm delayed?
Yeah. Yeah, because when I'm gonna say 1, you guys say 2. 1.
2.
2.
Yeah, there's a delay.
I said it before Paul, didn't I?
No, you said it after Paul. Neander Paul.
I said it after Paul?
Yes, after Paul.
Oh,
that's the day after pill.
After Paul.
That's the RU 486 after Paul.
Oh boy. And Blue Rana was performing SpongeBob SquarePants, and let's see.
I don't know.
That explains everything.
It's probably StreamYard. StreamYard's kind of weird sometimes. We'll just try not to talk over each other, I guess.
Good luck with that.
So,
motherfucker.
I wish I could see
that's
what you're seeing.
Let's see. Chris Bevan wants to know.
Yeah, see right there.
I'm coming in late, or
pause,
am I breaking up?
That pause that you just did shows me that you're, for some reason. How can we explain this, Paul?
It's like a 7-second delay. It's like if you have satellite TV or cable TV on in one room and broadcast TV on in the other room, the signals are somewhat out of sync. That's what's happening with us right now. Is John and I are immediate. We're in real time, and you're like 4 seconds behind for whatever reason. Are you on a wireless network? Like Wi-Fi in your house?
I am in wireless. I am in Wi-Fi right now.
Yeah,
but I'm right near the router.
Very strange.
Welcome everyone to Tech More on Tuesday.
Yes, exactly.
It's great. Oh boy. All right, let me try it one more time. I'm gonna try one more time. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, this is one of the, I've never had this happen before.
No.
But between the voice being down a pitch and then the delay, the video delay, I was wondering why we were stepping on each other so much. I'm like, because our timing is not that poor. I mean, it's piss poor, but it's not that poor.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, no, the thing with your voice, that's happened before.
Right.
You know, but the thing with the delay, I've never seen. Anybody that's watching this, have you noticed anybody that's using StreamYard today? Have you noticed any kind of delay between them? I don't know.
I mean, I don't have that. Our friend John BL just told me that my input is very hot as well. Well, thank you for noticing, John. I've had it worked on.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been this is a weird day.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's the all the 80s stuff. I also bought the first 4 Bon Jovi CDs on CD because I didn't own any Bon Jovi on CD. I don't really like Bon Jovi. I'm not a Bon Jovi.
I can't.
Yeah, I'm not really a Bon Jovi fan. That said, it's almost like I like this style of music so much that's required ownership, I didn't feel the need to own any of it. But because it was like $4.99 a disc and it was buy 3 get 1 free, I'm like, okay, I should own Slippery When Wet in New Jersey. And I like 7800 Fahrenheit. I actually like that record a lot. I think Tokyo Road is a fantastic song.
Okay, here's John.
So I get it for free. I got the 4th one for free.
All right, John.
So which one did you buy? Because I love Bon Jovi. I
bought the first 4.
So which one did you buy?
The first.
Am I still delayed?
It sounds like it.
Answer him again.
Oh,
talk to each other. Talk to each other again, and we'll see.
Go ahead, Paul. Which Bon Jovi did you get?
I bought the first 4 Bon Jovi CDs.
Oh, fuck.
Is he still delayed?
I must be.
Did Paul answer you at all?
I must be. The door. Paul answered me, but it was like a dramatic pause.
That's weird.
It was like that. This is going to be awesome.
I thought he answered you before you asked him.
It's like John Bon Jovi and Richie Sambora doing a duet, and John's like, "Shot through the heart, and you're to blame, darling, darling." You give love a bad name.
Which is interesting that you use that
analogy. Then guitar
because
solo.
That's one of the things that I have found that John Bon Jovi uses way too much in his music. He finds a way to work "shot through the heart" on every album. For whatever reason, that shows up. That lyric, and it's like that's his crutch. He also, I have found, if you go back and listen to it, there's a little too much Springsteen in some of the Bon Jovi stuff where he does the whole, it's very much a Springsteen thing where in the middle of the song and they stop and they break down. They go, "Hang on, Clarence, get over here. Richie, come over here." Like it's like becomes the cliche New Jersey.
Hold up. I'm not done.
Yes, exactly.
You gotta do it again. We're feeling.
Yes, it's a total
one more
Springsteen thing.
But you know what? It's a Jersey thing.
Well, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, no, that's what it is. It's.
I can hear.
I mean, I love Bon Jovi. You're not gonna find me saying anything wrong.
Well, again, that's why I bought the first.
I'm still delayed, right?
I'm hearing it. I'm hearing. Like you talked, and I heard you talking. I heard somebody on somebody else's. Does somebody have an open speaker?
I don't think so.
I heard it because I heard him
answer you after the delay of your voice, like your voice repeated, and then he answered you. I heard it.
I have no monitor on here in my room. Here, I'll turn the.
I don't have anything open.
Here, now the monitor's on. You should be able to hear. You should be able to hear some foldback.
Foldback.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna turn my monitor on and just hear what I'm hearing. Let's see.
All
right, let's see.
Foldback.
And just hear what
not to be confused with feedback.
Let's see.
Foldback. Foldback.
Yeah, not to be confused with feedback.
Foldback. Foldback. Foldback.
Foldback.
Foldback.
Foldback.
Foldback.
I can't make heads or tails of anything going on in this fucking show.
Foldback.
Jesus Christ. Foldback.
Foldback.
All right. In the chat, I gotta know. In the chat, are you guys hearing up and delayed? Is that what you guys are hearing? I want to know from the chat.
Paul, did you notice John just freeze?
Yes, he has had. That's happened a couple of times. He's got a bad signal.
He's freezing. He's like freezing, and then I think that's causing the delay.
Am I freezing?
That's pushing us. That's folding us back to you. I think
probably.
I've noticed that a few times where all of a sudden you'll freeze, and then you'll come back.
It's funny. People are joking about foldback versus feedback. And foldback is actually is a repeating
delayed
of the audio versus feedback, which is noise, which is sonic noise. Foldback is repeating. It's a delay. So it's an actual term. But it's funny that people, I apologize, we're using inside music terms as opposed to, as opposed to like it's like this is again technical nerd Tuesday deal.
It's weird. I don't know if John and I were I don't know if there was a delay between us before you joined. Like
Hold on,
John,
Paul, sign out for a second because I started hearing breakups when Paul signed on. Paul, sign out for a second.
I'll sign out.
Okay, fold back.
Now go ahead, Johnny.
Fold back.
Now, how am I coming into you?
You sound good. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I hear you. I hear you perfectly.
Okay,
right, let's do 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm okay.
Go.
Well, what? You want me to count to 4?
Count. No, you count. You count 1. I'll do 2. Go ahead.
1,
2,
3,
4.
I'm hearing my delay in your headphones. I'm hearing my
delay.
I'm hearing me. I'm here after I say 1. I hear me say 1 after I say it, and you're responding to me. You're responding to the delay of me that I'm hearing from you. Fold
Okay,
back.
so you're hearing from my head monitor, is what you're hearing.
Are you cranked? Is it like cranked?
Are you listening to the YouTube feed or are you listening to the StreamYard feed?
Oh, that makes sense. John, you're listening to the StreamYard.
I'm
right?
listening to I'm listening to StreamYard, yeah.
Okay. See right there, I'm hearing a delay. Like I'm hearing like audio from headphones. Like right there. Did you guys just hear that?
This fucked up episode brought to you by Bang Energy Drink. Bang. When you want to get fucked up, nothing fucks up your day like a good bang.
Featuring Foldback. See right there, right there.
Jesus.
I just heard my delay like a second after I said it. Right there, I'm hearing it. Where
hold on. If I
put your headphones up to your mic.
All right, right now, if I put my headphones on totally. I don't have one hanging off. So now are you hearing any feedback?
No.
You're hearing nothing, right? Okay. But am I coming in clear though?
Yes.
Or am I breaking up? I'm coming in better now?
You sound good.
How are you? Are you hearing me anything broken up or anything delayed?
There's definitely a delay feed that I'm starting to hear bleed through that somebody is monitoring on a delay.
You hear that?
Yeah.
It can't be me because the only Paul, you sure your monitor's off?
Yeah. Here, I'll turn the monitor on. Here. Monitor's on. You guys speak.
No, because
hi.
Check 1, 2, 3,
1,
4,
2,
5,
1,
6,
2, 3, 4, 5,
7,
6.
8, masturbate.
9, 10.
Johnny, you're coming in so loud, my eardrums are popping like a boner.
That's because I have the volume cranked way up.
Oh crap.
More money. Brian Spalding says this reminds me of Alan Holdsworth dealing with the latency from his early syntax days.
It must be a latency issue.
Reminds me.
Maybe it's me.
Somebody reminds me of.
Somebody said it's me. I'm gonna jump out. Here, you guys have fun.
Try it, John.
All right. So now, do you hear me in regular
All
time?
right, Paul, go ahead. I do. Keep talking. Go. Give me a count.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So ready? Count 2 as soon as I say 1. 1,
2.
Yeah, there's still a little bit of a delay. 1,
2.
Yeah, it's not that bad. It's not as bad as it has been. This is the weirdest thing. This is
so weird.
Yeah.
Is this on Johnny's end?
I don't know.
No, I'm not even here. I wasn't even there. But I heard it. I heard it.
Johnny's not even here. I love it.
There's a little bit of delay. I don't know where it's coming from. I'm trying to think if there's anything that I can do with my Focusrite and change the latency anywhere.
If there's anything I could do with my mighty erection.
Yeah.
See, now I just heard myself on someone's monitor. Who just had me on the monitor?
None of us.
That is so weird.
I just heard myself on someone's monitor.
This reminds me of my very first show with Dave Nesdahl. The whole show was us saying, "Are you there? Can you hear me?" That was the whole show.
Yeah, this. You know what this is? This is the internet equivalent of the chat, the party line when we were kids, and you'd hear the busy signal in the background. Are you there? Is anyone on the line? Is anyone on the line?
It's coming from inside the house.
Wait, let's try this. Let's try this. We might be okay now. John.
Yes.
Okay, it's still there.
Yes.
Yeah, it's still there.
It's still there.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Because it took you a second.
I hope you guys are enjoying all live television.
It actually took you a second to answer me. So there's something.
I'm like jumping on the answers right away just to show the timing. I hope you guys in the chat are enjoying live TV and what goes behind the scenes to fuck up your Tuesday nights.
So you gotta leave a thumbs up. I think the deal is, I think the more thumbs ups we get, the shorter the latency gets. I think that's
I would
how
love
this
to
works.
tell you that's the case, but that's not the case.
That must be it. That must be it. Maybe I just need to work this mic.
See, he's delayed. See, look at that. He's frozen. Paul.
Yes.
John, you froze.
My hand around my hand around the fucking giant metal cock.
You froze for like a whole second with your hand around that.
Yeah, there's a delay in
you
your
guys are freezing
somewhere.
too.
We're freezing on your end?
It's not I froze. I like the feeling of a girthy thing in my hand. It's not that I froze. I just enjoy it. Jesus Christ.
All right. Well, anyway,
it's unbelievable.
We'll count down responses. So and go, John.
Say again. You broke up. Say this again.
This is the worst. This is like the old Johnny Mancuda will love this. The old porn cam shows where you'd just be watching the woman and it was just frame by frame as opposed to live video.
It's one of those shows that like everything goes right every day, and then you have a special episode where the whole cast is trapped in an elevator. You know, it's that. We should do a flashback show. Hey, while this is not working, remember the time that Johnny, Jay, and Nesdahl were walking through the mall? Oh, yeah. And then Axl Rose burst in. And then, I
don't remember that at all.
Flashback. It'll be a clip show.
It'll
be a total clip show.
You said clip, right?
Yes, clip.
It'll be a clip show. All right. I'm gonna try something else. I'm gonna go out for a minute. I'm gonna try something else. Keep people entertained.
Oh, great.
More than I can ever do.
That's my job now.
Oh, this is entertaining.
Well, here's the beauty of this is this is what happens when one guy shows up with 2 minutes before airtime, and B, the other guy shows up 25 minutes into the show. You realize and the guy who suffers the most is right there. Because he wants this thing to be awesome all the time. Because like he takes pride in this. We don't give a shit. We just show up and just spew our stuff. But this guy over here, like this is what he does every day, multiple times a day. He's got his setup there, his little broadcast thing. Yeah, I'm pointing at you. That guy right there. Yeah. And it's Johnny Beane's channel, and this is like what he does. And for whatever reason, none of us take this anywhere near as seriously as Johnny does. This like, it's the worst. It's gotta be absolutely frustrating for you. And you're such an even keeled guy that I know that in the back of your head, you're like, I've got to figure this out. I've got to solve the problem.
I just like entertaining, it's all entertainment to me. So no, it's all totally cool. I just want to know why.
Yeah, that's the thing, is solve the problem, trying to figure out what this is. It's better that it's happening with us than if you have somebody actually famous and or important on the show. Can you imagine, let's just say you got Paul McCartney or Robert Plant to do this podcast.
We gotta fix this before Paul McCartney shows up.
It's my point. My point is, can you imagine if we're sitting here and we're going, hey, can you hear some Paul McCartney's like, what's going on with these people? I think they know what they were doing by now. I'm wasting me fucking time. It's like being with John again. I couldn't care. Fuck, I'd rather listen to Yoko sing for 2.5 hours than listen to these people.
This is the Yoko button. Yeah. I just realized it.
No, it's that can't be the Yoko button. It's in key.
Oh. Actually, well, if we had two of these, if Jay and I both pushed it at the same time, then it would be off because they're both a little off.
Yeah. So
well, I don't know where Mancuda. I don't know where Mancuda went, but
he may have killed himself. We may finally have the answer. we may have finally gotten. All of us are like,
I don't know.
No, it's so it's sort of, these are the technical things, and again, the internet not perfect. This is always, it's actually, when we do it, it's fun. But when you're watching like CNN or Fox News or any of those, like ABC News, and they're doing a live remote with some guy who's on the other side of the world, like the delay when they're talking to the correspondent.
That's what it was. That's exactly what it was. I saw it.
Yeah, that's what's happening. Yeah.
I saw it and I could tell, because you kept John kept talking like over you, like after you. I kept noticing that. I'm like, that's kind of weird. The timing was different. And then
yeah, there's a delay. I was wondering why we were stepping on each other in the beginning of the show. I'm like, well, I'm not jumping on what John is saying. Maybe there's some sort of a technical reason.
Yeah.
So in the meantime, as far as 80s music and stuff goes, I picked up the Kill for Thrills. I picked up the Steve Jones CDs. I picked up.
I'm sure those are good. You haven't heard them yet, though?
Oh, I haven't, not in a while.
Steve Jones one?
Yeah, I haven't. Mercy and Fire and Gasoline, and they're both great. Like hard rock, almost metal records.
Mm-hmm.
And I just never picked them up during their time. And when you're going through the record store and you're thinking to yourself, all right, look, I just want to be out doing something. You start flipping through things and you go, oh, Steve Jones. Yeah, why not? Let's give this a shot for $4.99.
Mm-hmm.
So I did that. And again, those first 4 Bon Jovi records. And I think that's about it. No, I spent a lot of money, so there's no way that's it.
What kind of record shop was it? Because out here, we've got Amoeba, we've got this place called Rasputin's, where they have like bins of like thousands of CDs for like a penny.
Yes, we have that too. Yeah, the 99-cent sale, or 2 for a buck, or 3 for $5, or whatever it is. The store is called Zia Records, and it is based out of Las Vegas. However, they only have 1 store in Las Vegas, and they have 5 in Arizona. They've got 4 of them here in Phoenix, in the Phoenix area. One of which is literally walking distance from my house, so that's dangerous. And then one in Tucson. And it's a great record store. They deal with new and used. Sometimes they don't know what they have, which is always fun. Like I found Solo in Soho from Phil Lynott from Thin Lizzy. I found that in there for like $3.99 on CD. That record's a Japanese import and it was out of print. Sometimes they don't know what they have. I'm trying to think of what else. See, here's the problem is I buy these CDs and then I rip them to a hard drive and then I put them in the library and I forgot what I bought. I have no idea what I bought this weekend. I mean, I know what I bought, but I bought another Enough's Enough record. The one that has the Irish funeral on the front cover. I forget what it's called. But yeah, because I kind of like Enough's Enough. It's weird. I bought a lot of Cheap Trick and I bought a lot of Enough's Enough, which is basically Cheap Trick if they were a hair band. And what else?
Zia Records. It says they have curbside pickup available.
Yeah, they do. You can do. I mean, obviously they're open now. They've been opening up. Sort of at different levels, like different stores, depending on how busy the store is, opened up at a different level. So like the store that's down the street from my house, you can go in, but they want you to be 6 feet apart. and they'll do trade-ins. Now they don't, some of the other stores don't do trade-ins, but they have a big enough staff and the store is big enough as far as square footage so that you can do that. But yeah, it's a pretty good, I don't want to say local, because again, they're based out of Vegas, but it's a pretty good independent record store. And they've got a lot of good stuff. They've got a good metal section. They've got a good hip hop section.
It looks just like Rasputin's music to me.
It's similar to Rasputin. Yeah.
Do you know Rasputin's?
Yeah.
In Berkeley, and there's one in Pleasant Hill.
Yeah.
Might be one in San Francisco too, but this looks a lot like a Rasputin's to me. Yeah,
it's very similar. It's not quite as cool as Amoeba.
Nothing beats Amoeba. Nothing.
No, Amoeba is, I wish we had a record store like that. The closest thing we had to something like that when I grew up in Boston, in Harvard Square in Cambridge, there were several different indie record stores. One was called Nuggets. Another one was Planet Records. There was Underground Records. There was like 4 or 5 different shops that you could go to and find bootlegs and videos and like all these cool imports and shit like that. And there was another one in Quincy, Massachusetts called Quincy's Records and Tapes, which is where it was one of the only places that you could buy stuff like Iron Maiden and Metallica and Angel Witch and like all that new wave of British heavy metal stuff, all the import stuff. Because you couldn't get that at Record Town or Strawberries or any of the other sort of National Tape World or whatever the national chain was that you would go to.
Tower
Record. Well, Tower Records got better. But yeah, that's a great example. Tower Records wouldn't have, Warrior Soul or an obscure UFO record or something from Saxon. You know what I mean? They would wouldn't stock it.
You would never buy the music at Tower unless they had some sort of import like sitting there already.
Right.
Like something normally you'd have to order from somewhere. But Tower did have, at least the ones that I went to, they had the great magazine sections.
Yes,
that's
where I would buy.
Yeah.
That's where I would buy my Kerrang or any of the European import music magazines.
Yeah, they had all that stuff, right, John?
Yeah.
Let's find out.
Oh, hey, can you hear me?
I hear you. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Am I sounding normal now?
Yeah, Paul, say hi.
Now let's see if we have a delay. Can you hear me in real time?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
fucking
good.
A.
It seems like
and
what was it, John?
I don't fucking know, but I just tried turning a couple of things on and off. Probably Jay Hannon wasn't in the chat at the time, and now that he is, we have a real good producer, and that's what happens. He brings a talent into the show that we don't have when there's no good producer. And I don't know where John Biel is. John, where are you?
Yeah.
Well, I'm louder than everyone because I'm talking right into the mic, so I will step back a little bit.
Maybe that was it. You just weren't as close to your mic as normal.
Yes, that's it. The distance between the sound coming out of his mouth and coming to the microphone, it traveled such a far distance.
Yeah, it was like all the way at the back, and so his responses were like really delayed.
And Joe Hervey still wants me to take my pants off, so I guess I better do it.
Alrighty then.
Wait, is Joe Hervey one of our big producers? Is Joe Hervey one of our executive producers?
No, his name would be in green if he was maybe one of them.
I see. Then I definitely am not taking my pants off. Not without the right incentive for a boss. I'm sorry, Joe Hervey. Love you, man, but
yeah. So anyway, yeah, Zia Records looks like a cool place.
Yeah, it's a cool record store. Again, we don't have any. I mean, there's one other record store here in town called Asylum Records. My buddy Scott runs it. Scott is very, very good about getting imports in metal. He has a fantastic vinyl section.
Scott!
But his Scott! But he
we have a huge latex section over here.
Yes. But Scott's record store is pretty good too. He's a little more expensive than the other guys, but that's because he orders it and he can't order in bulk, so he doesn't get the kind of discounts that a chain store gets. It's one single standalone store. One of the great things that Scott has is his vinyl collection. His store is based upon death and desperation, and what I mean is he buys record collections from people that have died or people who need to make their rent money.
Sounds like my dating life.
So there you go.
Death and desperation.
So that's what his store is based upon. And if you're looking for, TKO records, or you're looking for the first Killer Dwarfs album on vinyl, or you're looking for, Tiger Tails on vinyl, he's got it,
Unfortunately, so do I.
Yes, well.
Cool.
That's cool. All right. So we're back and my pants are still on. Although Lenny, Lou, and Mary are requesting they come off. You dirty ladies.
By the way, we should call the Child Protective Services because Jay Hannon has Killian watching this show. And he's going to learn some very choice words.
Oh,
very
boy.
Early on. And when Killian's first words are, clitoris,
dildo.
Yeah, that's gonna shock the school counselors.
Oh, Jeannie's gonna hate me. Jeez.
Yep.
I didn't say any of that.
More.
Steve Carmichael.
He's one of the big boss. He's a big boss, man. Steve Carmichael.
That'd be funny if Killian's first words were
Steve Carmichael.
say dada, say mama.
Steve Carmichael.
Great.
Robbie Johnston with a T, damn it.
Johnston.
Oh my God.
More on Tuesday.
Man.
And I'm looking at toys.
Excuse me? Oh, latex toys. I mean,
yeah, I'm looking at there's a toy section at
the
Zia Records.
The Lilo vibrator.
It's a good place to get lost for a couple of hours.
Oh, they got the Funko.
Oh yeah, they do. Well, again, and if you're talking about, I will again plug my friend Scott Robb's record store, Asylum Records. He has 2 walls full of Funko. Like that's his thing. He collects them himself. So because he's obsessed with collecting them, he orders them all. And he must have, and this is no exaggeration, 10,000 Funko Pops things in his store, walls of them. If you're looking for Funko, Asylum Records. I don't even know if he has a website, but you might look up Asylum Records in Chandler, Arizona, and see if he has them.
All
right, I feel guilty because my best friend's son has literally the biggest Funko dealer in the world. So I gotta throw him a plug. Rocky Mountain Collectibles in Aurora, Colorado. If you can't find a pop, it's definitely there. And they have a website. So, pick your favorite location, guys, but I gotta throw them in too.
Yeah, asylumrecordsaz.com is Scott's location. And he's and again, yeah, I mean, I don't get the Funko thing, although I have the Lemmy one. Because everybody sends me Lemmy stuff because my dog's name is Lemmy. Yeah, my dog's name is Lemmy, and he was my first interview as a kid. Imagine your introduction to the music industry is standing in front of a bus on a Sunday afternoon at the Channel in Boston, and a smelly Lemmy opens the door and says, "Oi, what do you want?" I'm like, "All right, well, I guess I'm in." And I never looked back since.
See, I had the same experience as a child with a smelly bus, but it was usually I was dragged on it, raped, and then thrown right off it and run over. So that
while we have your
lot.
Attention, we'd like to thank our sponsors.
Yeah. Speaking of child molestation on buses, Bang energy drink for the road trip you didn't see coming.
Oh my God.
And I do mean coming. So thank you, Bang.
I'm glad you're the one that likes that stuff because that's
child molestation. Oh, Bang energy drink. Yes.
That funny taste in his mouth.
Nothing funny about pedophilia. Nothing funny there. Bang energy drink, though. Yes. No, the fun thing about Funko is they get every obscure license, period. You want Bill, Jay's bringing up Bill and Ted's Adventure. They got it. You want Conan the Barbarian figures. They got it. Star Wars. They got it. I mean, just all sorts of stuff. I saw, I was at, like I said, I took a road trip this week over to Colorado, and I was at Rocky Mountain Collectibles, and they had just the entire store, huge store, walls and walls and walls.
That's where we are.
Walls and walls.
That's where this picture is.
That's right there, Rocky Mountain Collectibles.
Yeah.
Oh, you went there. You went there. You went there.
You went there.
You went there. You went there, huh?
I went there. And thank you to Steve Carmichael, because he's
Steve Carmichael.
He's the one that sent me my Funko Pops.
Nice.
The police, the Sting, Stewart, and Andy ones that I have. And he built the little stage. You guys remember that?
Yeah. That's what that little stage was for.
Thank you, Steve Carmichael. And yeah, everybody's waiting for the Van Halen ones. Everybody.
Yeah, they'll have to.
I don't know. I mean, I'm going to assume that the Funko is like the Beanie Babies, Pound Puppies, Cabbage Patch Kids. It's whatever. It's the moment, the thing of the moment. I mean, bobbleheads sort of endure. I don't know.
It's more than that. It's more than that. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
Explain the Funko thing.
Okay. Beanie Babies was definitely a fad. It was a cute thing that became an investable, collectible, blah, blah, blah. Cabbage Patch Kids, it was a demand for Christmas that you couldn't get one at Christmas. Everyone's paying a gajillion dollars, like Tickle My Balls Elmo and whatever.
Hey, don't touch my penis.
I remember those, but all those hot toys, it's not one of those things. It just happens that they find all of these. You like that, do you?
I like that. It's funny. The delay is over, but Johnny Bean's reaction is still delayed.
I'm still laughing.
Wait, penis. School bus, right?
May I push in your stool? How'd you get so moist?
Creepy.
No, the thing about the Funkos are they get the licensing that appeals to generally everybody, be it musical acts, movies, television, superheroes, Star Wars, whatever it is. There's a property for basically everything, and what it is about it is that you don't even have to be a toy collector or something. You just want something on your desk, in your cubicle, in your bedroom, on your nightstand. You want a gift for a kid or a friend or something. It just has that wide enough appeal. Forgetting the format is a little plastic or vinyl doll. It just has every kind of something for everybody. Girls and guys both like it. Whatever you're into. Whatever you're into, it's there. It's that type of merch.
Yeah, it's a weird, to me, it's like the troll dolls, or it's just the latest. It's a bobblehead doll. It's an interesting take on, it looks like a combination of bobblehead doll and Japanimation.
But they don't bobble. They don't bobble. They just kind of, right?
I don't know, do they?
I don't think they bobble. I think they just kind of sit there. I think that the heads are oversized. The heads are oversized. I mean,
they don't bobble?
Well, make no mistake. If you put it on your lap and do this, it bobbles. Yeah, But
well, right, that's the Tracy Lords Funko, which I
want that one. They have the Ron Jeremy Funko. It's mistaken for a guy with a lance.
Yeah,
it's the same mold as a knight with a lance on a horse.
All right, so they don't bobblehead, right?
Nothing, right?
Oh,
Johnny's gonna watch Johnny break it. He's gonna.
I know. Now, which Funko is that?
That's Sting.
Yeah, it looks like him.
Yeah, just like him.
Yep.
I'm sure if that thing was shoved up my ass, it would sting.
Thank you again, Steve Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael.
It's for girls. It's for guys. It's for hot moms. Everybody needs a pop. Pop them in your ass. Pop them in your mouth. Pop them right in the garbage.
It does have a little bit of a butt plug look to it. I mean,
sure does.
Yeah.
They gotta make ones from those horror movies where, like, you have Cenobites with misshapen spiked heads and be like a hedgehog butt plug.
Hedgehog Butt Plug is going to be the name of our live album for Popcorn the Band.
But you know what? This is the thing. it's not that the toy itself is a trendy thing. I mean, it's very popular, but it's a format to show merch now. So you can go to a concert probably, and just as easily as a bumper sticker, a keychain, a mug being a format to convey some sort of licensing, now you have a pop as well. And that's also now a format to have a licensing on there. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. No, I get it. It's like a keychain or
a mug. Think of a coffee mug.
Yeah, I mean, it's just sort of become this ubiquitous thing. Sorry to use a big
exactly.
word.
No, that's as big as it ever gets here.
Yeah, I think that, you know, and again, I don't like people collecting that stuff. I imagine this is a great example of nobody thought that Star Wars toys would be. Well, thank you, Ace. Ace brought me a towel. Thank you.
Nice. Is that your jizz towel? Is that your jizz towel? Is right by the bed?
I don't have a jizz towel. This is a towel from being in the pool that was hanging up.
Somebody made that same joke on Saturday.
I know.
He brought him a towel on Saturday night, and I think Jay said that same thing.
Great minds think alike.
Anything that is left on a kitchen table or left hanging over a chair
smells like jizz.
Yeah. Well,
he's gonna start bringing washcloths and old socks, and
he'll do anything that smells like me. This is. I'll share a little bit. Every morning, I have to hide my pillow because when I wake up in the morning and let him out, let him up on the bed, the first thing he does is go over the pillow that I've been sleeping on all night and starts licking it.
Nice.
I'm like, all right, well, now I got to get another pillowcase. So I change my pillowcases like twice a week.
Well, you're a pillow humper. I understand that.
Yeah. So the dog, he's got an unhealthy attachment, clearly.
It's a clingy dog.
He's a little bit, he's not socialized properly, so I'm the only thing that he comes in contact with other than the other dog. He's a good boy.
He's a very good boy.
Yeah, he's a good boy that will take your hand off if you're not careful.
Well, even though my hand smells like your penis,
it's possible. Yeah, well, he'll lick it.
He'll start licking my hand and be like, "Daddy."
Here's what you do when you're done giving me the reach around. then you just put it on your own penis, and then he'll lick your penis.
It's just like, usually I have to use peanut butter to get him going, but I'll try that too.
Bring the delay back.
Listen,
I'm a problem solver.
I'm going for Johnny's cat Ned because I like pussy, and I'm gonna take some tuna and just sprinkle it on my shaft and see how that goes.
Yuck. Okay.
I'm making tuna salad. I'm making my own mayonnaise. What?
I found all the music Funko Pops. If you want to look through those,
I didn't even know. But go ahead.
All the music, all the bands.
The bands.
Yeah.
My guess is the Kiss one is incredibly licensed. It's very expensive
and valuable.
Probably
a lot of them.
Yeah, because they don't make 10 million of them in Taiwan. So that's the thing is there used to be when you would get stuff like this that was considered collectible. Jesus, this dog is strong. When you used to get stuff.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Fighting with a dog.
Stuff used to be where are those sound effects?
They used to be limited, and now 150,000 is considered limited edition. When it was at one point, it was like, okay, it's one of 500.
There we go. We got ZZ Top.
Now this is over at Rocky Mountain Collectibles?
No, this is the actual website.
The Funko. Okay, this is Funko's own, because I don't know if they have ones that are out of production, but this is, I guess, all the new ones. What the hell's that? Is that my
growling?
I thought it was my anus after all that beef jerky on the road. I'm not even talking about the snack meat. I'm talking how I made money.
I like the Eazy-E Funko. If Eazy-E were alive today, he'd be like, "Man, I can't believe there's a Funko of me. Fuck that shit."
Flavor Flav.
Look at this guy.
Oh boy.
Break out the gimp. Who the hell is Craig Jones?
I'd buy that for $1. Oh, Slipknot.
Who
more
gives
like
a shit?
I'll bet you could slip him into your balloon knot.
It doesn't. Slipknot is about as relevant as far as who's in the band as like Menudo. It's like Slipknot music is not something that you like. You sit back and you say to yourself, "Wow, boy, I'm glad they've got that guy in the band." There's no virtuosity in Slipknot.
How will they go on without this guy?
Right. I mean, there's no, there's no Steve Vai-ism or Eddie Van Halenism or Bruce Dickinsonism other than Corey Taylor. Who gives a shit who's in Slipknot?
Did you just say Dickinsonism?
Giggity.
Giggity goo.
Giggity, 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 giggity.
Ew! Ew!
Hey, Meg, 18 yet? Hey, Chris.
So, who wants to lose their virginity?
Any of you women ever been penetrated?
You ever seen a grown man naked?
Jesus Christ, this dog is strong.
Where are you holding him?
He's going to separate my shoulder. Fuck.
Tightest anus in the room.
Wow.
Go get the Funko, boy.
Well, hey, we got Willie Nelson.
Here's my Willie.
That'd be great if that smelled like, it just smells like you just
That'd be really
if
funny.
you can smoke the Willie Nelson, like the first thing I would do with the Willie Nelson Funko, make a bong out of it.
Oh, totally, right?
Absolutely. You cut a little hole in the head, put a screen in there, put a little drill hole in the back, and just it's your Willie Nelson Funko bong. That's
Ron John,
first thing I would do.
Ron John, we'll show a guitar. Don't worry. I brought something cool. I always bring something cool. We just spent half the show with technical difficulties. Now we're back. Enjoy the bullshit we're gonna spread around.
Excuse me. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I not paying attention to you? I'm sorry. Oh, you want to do the show?
Is that him breathing?
Yeah, I know. I'm exhausted after this. Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead, take it. Now I get to keep it? Fuck you.
Your virginity?
My hands
I'm still trying to lose mine, and my hands hurt from the shower I took this morning. It was a long ride home.
You just got home today?
I got home last night and I just collapsed into bed.
Oh, where did you go? Is this where you went to Colorado?
I took a road trip. I was telling everyone in the audience, if they heard only half of it. I took a road trip to Colorado. I drove from here to Nevada to across Arizona a little bit into Utah, and then finally into Denver.
And you didn't call? Oh my God, John!
I'm
going to pull the Jewish uncle on you.
Are you at the tip?
How did you not call? You came through Arizona. You didn't call.
You were in the state.
What was wrong with you?
State.
Boy, this is a problem. You're in here. You don't call.
What an embarrassment. Like I'll be around forever.
Fech, I don't even know who you are anymore. You don't call. You don't visit. Tired of you already.
I'll bet you stopped at 14 brothels along the way.
Yes, you had no problem stopping to take your willy out in a glory hole. Plenty of glory holes.
Yeah, I saw your GPS stopped at Love's.
Look, they have Def Leppard ones.
I'm not
tell me the Rick Allen one has one arm, doesn't it? That's awesome.
Does it have a removable arm?
Oh.
Jesus.
Too soon?
Yeah, really. So someone in the chat asked if I ever saw Steve
Carmichael.
Yeah, Steve Carmichael in the glory hole. Steve Carmichael. No, if I ever saw from Def Leppard, Steve what's his name?
Steve Clark.
Carmichael.
Steve Clark, yeah. If I ever saw Steve Clark's guitars for sale, I did see one or two over the years. I think one was a Les Paul with 3 pickups, and one might have been I think there were 2 Les Pauls actually with 3 pickups. I've seen them for sale. The problem is I don't like 3 pickup guitars, much less 3 humbuckers. You know, the pickup just gets in the way, so I didn't chase after it, especially for big money.
Yeah, I have a couple of 3 pickup Les Pauls, and they're a pain in the ass. If the Ace Frehley ones, they're a pain in the ass to play, because if you dig in, you know, obviously you're used to having the 2 humbucker setup. If you dig in when you're picking, you're going to always hit that middle pickup.
Because baby, I'm not picking.
I always thought it interesting that Billy Duffy stole Steve Clark's look in the late 80s. You know, it was the exact same look, that sort of shaggy blonde hair with the Les Paul. And, you know, Billy Duffy didn't need to steal that look, but he did toward the end of.
No one was using it.
Yeah. Well, Everyone was using it. Everybody had that look for a while.
Oh, there's Angus.
So Sylvester Otto wants to know, is there a Vinnie Vincent Funko? There was, but he didn't show up.
Yeah, it's just an empty box.
That'd be so great. And it comes with a little bowl of potato salad and a pink guitar that wasn't his.
And a tiny little dog carcass in the corner.
Now
I made it dark.
There goes the humor of the show.
Yep, there it goes. Everything was fine until you made a dead dog joke. By the way, fuck Amy Connor. Let's just start with that. If you don't know who Amy Connor is, Google it. This is the woman, and I'm taking it away from Funko and Funny right now just because it's a current event thing. This is the woman in New York that threatened to call the police on the black guy.
Oh, this motherfucker.
This fucking bitch. Who, I mean, she's Carol fucking Baskin.
Did you guys watch this video, by the way, in the chat?
It's insane. She's basically lynching this dog. She's holding it by the fucking collar, by the neck. Thankfully, the rescue, she surrendered the dog to the rescue before the ASPCA got on her. I mean, this woman deserves to be curb stomped.
There's like a lot of reasons
I want her
to hate her.
She just deserves it.
Oh, everyone in the chat's jumping on she's totally a Karen.
Oh, absolutely.
This woman is like the quintessential Karen. She's like fighting for like the electoral Karen presidency comparative to Kate Gosselin. This woman's like running for like Karen of the year.
No, fuck this bitch. And I don't mean that in any way sexual.
And it starts with the guy just said, "Hey, look, I'm here in the park. Could you please put your dog on a leash?"
And he was polite. He couldn't be more polite.
It's very polite about it. And if you watch the video, you'll see he's talking to her and she's like, "I'm going to call the police because you're threatening my life. You're threatening my dog's life." And she's literally lying to the police.
She's saying,
he's threatening my life, and there's a black man threatening my life and threatening my dog's life. And I'm very scared and threatened. And he's like looking like, "I'm just videoing this. I can't believe it's happening."
Yeah, the best part about it is she's like, "I'm going to call the police and tell them there's a black man threatening my life." And he's like, "Ma'am, please don't come near me. Please," like while she's saying all this, he's like, "Please step back. Please don't come near me." Like it couldn't be more like, what a great, who's more hated? This woman or Carol Baskin?
Oh, this woman easily. Yes. Baskin's not even in the running. She dropped out of the race.
So
she dropped out of the race.
So anyway, that's my momentary, because my dogs love my dogs, but Jesus, you mentioned something that just set me off on that moment.
Oh no, listen, I'm a big dog lover and a big Karen hater.
Fuck that bitch. Darkwing Duck, never got into it, but I understand it's pretty good.
Well, that's Launchpad McQuack right there.
I don't know who that is. I've never watched Darkwing Duck.
Well, he's from DuckTales actually. That is Launchpad, right? Am I looking right? That's Launchpad McQuack. Yeah.
Well, then why is he listed as Darkwing Duck Launchpad?
Probably what it is. It's probably like a duck themed series of action figures. So Launchpad McQuack, his saying is, if it can fly, I can crash it.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. No, he's great. He's hilarious. Scrooge McDuck was always hiring him like as a chauffeur and as a Launchpad. We got to get over to Ireland. We got to take a private plane. Okay, Mr. McD, let's fly my plane. We're out of fuel again. We're going down.
Yeah, I feel like I missed a whole bunch of great cartoons.
DuckTales was great.
On principle. I'm a Warner Brothers guy, so I have a hard time with any sort of Disney thing. I'm like one of those guys. Almost like the Star Wars guys.
I get hard from Disney too. Usually Minnie Mouse and Daisy Duck, and the Disney princesses do it.
Yeah, I'm again Kevin Coachell. I hope I pronounce your name, Coachell. He's no Foghorn Leghorn. Like that's where I come from.
I love Foghorn.
I'll say, boy. I think Foghorn Leghorn, all the Warner Brothers cartoons, which is why I'm so glad I bought the Golden Jubilee series box sets that came out in the early 2000s, because they're unedited. So you get to see all of the racist and homophobic,
the good stuff,
horrible, all the horrible cartoons that
everything you liked about Bugs Bunny.
It's just the good family fun that was presented on Saturday mornings as we were children. Those were the life lessons that we learned.
Well, that Karen almost strangled that dog.
I'll say that dog. That dog is about to shut. Hey, dog. What's bothering your throat? Karen got your tongue? I love Foghorn Leghorn. Out with it, boy. I say out with it, boy. Speak. Speak already, boy. Say a few syllables. Foghorn Leghorn, based upon an actual politician from South Carolina in like the 1950s.
Love it. And Bozique says Launchpad McQuack was on both shows, actually. So he was also on Darkwing Duck. So I didn't know that. Because I didn't watch Darkwing. I watched DuckTales.
Again, I didn't get into. It's really weird. I got that's kind of neat. Married with Children kids toys.
Wow. Is Kelly anatomically correct? Because I want one. And how big do they make them? Although my penis could probably fit into that tiny action figure's vagina.
Oh,
maybe.
Wow.
Yeah. It's interesting. Yeah. That's Peg Bundy pre-implants.
Nice. Ben Tom wants to know, have I seen the video of a little girl dressed up as Joe Exotic saying Carol Baskin?
That's awesome.
That's great. I want her on the show. We're going to have her as a guest one day.
There you go, John.
There we go. So that now Kelly's head bobbles, I'll bet. I'll bet that head bobbles.
You know, it's amazing. Christina Applegate looks like she could be Barbara Eden's daughter.
Yeah, right?
She looks so much like Barbara Eden.
And so good, which means she's going to age better than or just as good as Barbara Eden, because Barbara Eden looks great, man. I'm just looking in the chat. Someone pointed out something. Mr. Hellstorm 74 wants to know, any updates on Brian May's condition? Yes. We will get right now to some music news.
You know what's interesting is Brian is I had a friend of mine ask me, says, is Brian desperate for attention because he's had
a rake up his ass and
the rake up his ass, the heart attack, and then there was some other thing that he's been talking about, like he's been dealing with some other health issues, and they're like, finally Brian May has become an old man in his 70s, just desperate for attention, just talking about all of his ailments to keep his name in the public eye, which I found to be an unfair accusation, because Brian May be the smartest man ever to pick up a guitar.
And he didn't choose to have a heart attack. I mean,
right,
I don't know.
Exactly.
They still haven't disclosed what exactly the gardening butt accident was. They're obviously, I don't know if there was a gopher up his ass like Caddyshack. I don't know what happened, but I'm all right. No, but something basically, something basically happened. But the newest thing is, for those that don't know, Brian May, guitarist of Queen, recently had, apparently right at the point of that gardening accident, a small heart attack. Now, when he says a small heart attack, obviously you have to take it seriously, but 3 of his arteries were clogged, and he had surgery to put 3 stents in. So to let the blood flow now. So he gave out a warning and said, look, I'm 72. Everybody within the sound of my voice, as we get into the fall of our life, which is where he is now, you got to have your heart checked. So let's take this as a teachable moment from Brian May, that he wants everyone within the sound of his voice to have his heart checked. And if you're listening, you probably should.
I want to point something out. We just gloss over something that used to be a massive thing. Putting a stent in somebody's heart, which is essentially, it's like a sleeve or an
straw.
insert. Yeah, an insert that basically allows the blood to continue flowing through the artery. That is a major thing. He's got 3 of them, and we just gloss over it like it's having a tooth pulled now. Like that's an amazing,
casual now.
Yeah, that's an amazing medical thing that is life-threatening. That, 30 years ago when somebody said, oh, they had a stent put in, like, oh, Jesus, I'm glad he's alive today. And now it's like outpatient surgery. We talk about it like it's nothing. Like it's, he wasn't going to die. He only had 3 stents put in.
Yeah, it's not like they did open heart surgery. You just got a couple of stents.
Yeah, it's not like they did open heart surgery. No, that's exactly what they did. 3. They didn't just do open heart surgery. They did 3 open heart surgeries on the guy.
Well, remember, it's not, to be fair, it's not his heart, it's his arteries. So he had three clogged arteries that they had to clear up and put stents in the artery. So it wasn't the actual heart. It wasn't like valves or, you know, it is a little easier. It's not fun. It's not great, but
that's like saying my toilet isn't fucked up. My pipes are fucked up. It's still either way, the shit doesn't make it to the sewer.
Yeah. The shit's on the floor of the bathroom floating in a river.
Yeah. I'm sure if, and God help if I don't want to say this, but if Brian May were to pass away, they'd be like, well, he died of clogged arteries. At least it wasn't his heart. Who gives a shit? I mean, it's all tied in together. When you're 72, God, he could blow an anal gasket just having a fart.
I think that might have been the incident with the vegetables in the garden, and I don't know, you know, that could have been that.
And Bozique puts up a point. That's because stents are so easier to do now. Fuck that.
They are. They
human being. I know they are, but if you're a human being, think about this for a second. We say it's easy. Think about this for a second. You, John Mancuda, have Brian May on your operating table. His chest is open. You can see his heart semi-beating in front of you, right? And
but that's probably not it. It's not open heart surgery. It's your arteries are running through your body just like your veins are.
I know.
You know, it's like a highway, and they're, you know, a couple of them are blocked, so they're opening your arm on this one. They might open your leg on this one, maybe over. It's not like they cracked open his rib cage and literally exposed his heart for open heart surgery like they would a valve or something like that. It is, I mean, he's not wrong. It is an easier surgery than doing something relating to the actual organ directly. You know, I had a friend, he had him, you know, put, I think, through his shoulder and one through his breast, and you know, but it's not exactly the same, to be fair.
And no, I agree with you. I'm just pointing out the fact that we just like, it used to be somebody said, well, they had to put a stent. The idea that you could put any sort of an insert in somebody's artery to help blood flow is ridiculous. Like we talk about it like it's nothing. It's not nothing. You're screwing with the human body. Dude, you have to sign a release when you get Novocaine for a toothache. You have to sign a release that says, well, there's a possibility that you could have some sort of reaction and die.
There's a possibility the dentist may take advantage of your mouth and you won't know it.
That's which is why
possibility your pants may be around your ankle during this visit.
This is a great headline. Queen guitarist Brian May suffers heart attack, says he could have died. Well, yes.
Yeah,
every
definitely.
every heart attack you could die from.
Sure.
I mean, and again, I'm not trying to minimize it. I think it's amazing that he's okay, and we obviously wish him the best. I just I every once in a while I sit back and I think to myself, we look at medical procedures as if they're just sort of routine, and I guess they've become routine, but that's something, again, as we were talking earlier about things to be thankful for when we were talking about Memorial Day, like just sit back and think about that. We're lucky that we have the technology. If we didn't have the technology to put 3 stents in Brian May's heart, let's turn back the hands of time 50, 70 years or whatever it is, and Brian May is a 22-year-old guy, and he's having heart problems right now. I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do. It's day to day. We'll see what could have happened. Like the idea that we could take a guy like that and put 3 stents in his heart and prolong his life for another potentially, hopefully 20 or 30 years. May he live as long as he needs to live until his time is up. I just think it's amazing that we gloss over the fact, he just had 3 stents put in his heart.
That's all.
That's all. No big deal.
Well, you know what it is, because the biggest news story before COVID was which chicken sandwich, which fried chicken sandwich is better than Popeyes or Chick-fil-A. You know, that's why, because we're a country with high cholesterol. Look, I have horrible cholesterol. My cholesterol is probably like, I don't know, 800 on a scale of 100. I have like goo going through my veins. Insert sperm joke here. But I mean, it's like probably sludge in my veins and arteries. I have so much, fat from meats and sweets and stuff, So yeah, I mean, it's a very common thing. Americans, we're obese and we're into fast food and stuff.
I just think it's amazing. And thank your deity of choice, or not, if you choose not to believe in any sort of a deity, that's up to you. But the fact that Brian May is still here today is a good thing. And I just think that medical science and doctors are fucking gods on earth.
Oh, yeah.
And allow us to continue to have people we love. I'm not ready to lose Brian May. So I'm thankful for his doctors and all that shit.
Yeah. Now, does Lars Ulrich have any cholesterol issues? I'm just wondering.
Lars might have some circulatory system issues. There may have been, I don't know, his heart may have pumped very fast. He does,
well,
he does a lot of aerobic activities.
Let's not go crazy with saying he has a heart. I mean, does
yeah.
I mean, I've been ready, I've been ready for 30 years actually, but just
for Lars
saying.
to die.
Yeah, for Lars, yeah.
Lars. I thought, it's weird. Guys like Lars and Slash and
I love Slash. Slash is a nice guy. Lars,
I love Slash. You know what? See, I've never had, and this is name dropping moment, but I've met Lars on several occasions over the past 35 years, and he has always been nice, courteous, fun. I know people think he's an asshole.
Dude, I've met him. He is an asshole.
I've never had that experience with Lars.
That's all I've had with him.
Never had that experience. I found Lars always to be cool with me, and I don't know why. Maybe it's because I have no problem telling him to go fuck himself.
I love the band. I love the band. Both times I met him, he was just a douche upon douche. And same with James. Just two times. They were 2 for 2. Now Kirk, whole different animal.
Kirk and Rob are both.
Rob, the nicest guy on earth. Both of them. Super
even
nice.
Newsted's pretty nice.
Newsted I never met.
Yeah.
No, wait. I did
Newsted's
actually.
Cool.
I did
Newsted's
actually.
cool.
Newsted years ago.
I will tell you, James is very standoffish. In my experience, he was standoffish, but
arrogant.
polite,
yeah.
but a lot like Bruce Dickinson. There are other things James would rather be doing than talking to you.
And that's fine. Look, the problem was we're both times we're at parties, we're at private parties, we're at Metallica parties, literally like, whatever, 100 people in the room. That's it. Just friends and family and blah, 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 blah. It's like, why do you have this if you want to just like, be a dick to everyone? Why?
Well, because it doesn't, look, that's, do you ever go to work related things that you don't want to do? I mean, it's, you don't get into a band for it to be a job.
But this is a room where it's like Metallica, Megadeth, Anthrax, and Slayer are all that's the hangout. We're all just hanging out. We're all talking and shooting shit, and everyone's normal to everyone. This isn't reporters and fans and blah blah blah.
Yep.
This is just like friends and friends of friends, and that's it. And everyone's being social. The problem is James was not talk to anybody, and a bodyguard right next to him keeping everyone away from him.
Was this in Indio?
This was what?
Was this in Indio?
I don't know what do you mean Indio?
It's a city.
Yeah.
Indio, no, this was New York.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
One time in New York, one time in California.
I was at the one in California, and that's why it's because you and I didn't know each other then. So I thought maybe we were at the same reception.
Might have been at the same one in Cali.
Yeah.
Might have been the same one in Cali. But the point is, everyone's just hanging out, talking, and all Lars is doing is trying to hit on this chick that wants nothing to do with him. Like just a totally hot chick. She's sitting on the couch. He like pulls up to her and is like, "Hey, what do you think of the show?" And she's like, "Yeah, it was good."
So, did you have a good time at the show?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm Lars.
She's talking to her girlfriend, and he's just like, trying to get her to turn around again. And it's like, hey, Lars, there's no one is there. No one is there except the wall. It's total fourth wall.
I had to step away for a second. My dog needs to go out. I'll be right back.
Go ahead. He's breaking up everything. He's pulling apart more jizz pillows.
So you're saying you were at an after show with all those bands?
Yeah. I went to 2 after shows, and then I met them in the supermarket. They were filming I think a James Corden joke in the supermarket and whatever, and it was just dickish, and Robert was super cool, and Kirk's always nice, and Kirk I've met like 4 times or 5 times, just normal, very nice. It's just James has a way of rubbing people the wrong way, and Lars is just an outright asshole. But again, my opinion, I love Metallica's music, blah blah blah, but I love those t-shirts that show Cliff and say it should have been Lars, because Cliff was awesome.
Oh my goodness.
Just saying. So anyway, we're happy Brian May is okay. We're happy Brian May is okay. Let's go with that.
I saw something on the internet last night that was saying Brian May was saying it might have had something to do with his guitar strap, like it pinched a nerve or something, like in his neck or something, and that could have had something to do with the heart attack.
I don't know, man. I mean, I didn't hear anything about it. You know,
that's what I read, but I don't know.
Let's see. By the way, in the chat, they're starting to guess what today's guitar of the day is. It is not a PV. No. I just want to
know if you guys already saw it.
It's not a. Yeah, I know. Right? Did someone see it?
No, but
okay.
But
right. Yeah, I know what you're saying. It's not a PV. I'll say it's not a PV. Just to clarify that one. Let's talk about real quick a couple of things in the news. We'll because we're way behind because of tech difficulties today, so apologies for that. Vinnie Vincent was at an interview today, and he was just ripping apart the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame for not having Ronnie James Dio in there in some form. You know, Ronnie James Dio, aside from Elf and his own band Dio itself was a big band, with Vivian Campbell, and then you had him as the singer of Sabbath. He wasn't included when Sabbath was inducted, and then you had him. You had Dio, and then you had him with Rainbow. So it's like he's out of three of the bigger rock and metal bands of history, groundbreakers: Black Sabbath, Dio, and Rainbow. And he's not abducted in any way, shape, or form. Him and Wendy Dio, both on separate occasions, have just said, fuck the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So he was just going a little public with it the other day. I mean, it is just ridiculous. I mean, Ronnie James Dio, I mean, he gave you the fucking metal horns, okay? He gave you the devil horns that you flash as a sign of heavy metal. That's from Dio. That's from Ronnie James Dio. You would not have the devil horns without Ronnie James Dio. And he's not. Yeah, and he's not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. How the hell does that happen? Not in Black Sabbath, not in Dio, not in Rainbow. In no way, shape, or form is he mentioned in any way. So Vinnie Vincent just kind of got on that in the news the other day, which was kind of interesting.
Well, I mean, the headline right there is all you need to know. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is a joke. Understand that the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is a private organization run by a group of guys who are the former editors of Rolling Stone magazine, one of the most elitist organizations of all time. Again, at the risk of a name drop situation, I spoke to Paul Stanley years ago. When
I'll get it.
Yeah, there you go. It's right here. I spoke to Paul Stanley years ago when Kiss was being denied admission to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And Paul Stanley said something amazing to me, which was, he said, I'll tell y'all. No. What he said was, just imagine if you had trademarked the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. You could be the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And that's really what it is. The Rock and Roll, you put anything Hall of Fame next to it, and it gets this level of credibility to it. And I don't know why. It's not credible. It's a private club. In order to be inducted in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, your name has to be presented to the admittance committee and then deemed worthy of consideration.
Which is not easy, sir. You're not qualified.
Yes, your application has been found wanting and declined.
It's like that Master of Disguise movie that Dana Carvey did. What, I'm not turtly enough for your turtle club?
Yeah, I mean, it really is the idea that anybody needs. Do you really need the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame to bestow their mark of approval on Ronnie James Dio to validate his contributions to music? He's one of the greatest voices of all time. And again, the Maloik, we can all talk about the Maloik. And sorry, Gene, it's this, not this. That's sign language for I love you. You didn't invent that either. This is what you're talking about, the Maloik. And of course, if we want, it's a curse, an Italian curse, according to Dio. His grandmother used to do it to you.
And yes, Ben Tom, I will do the rest of the show in Gene Simmons' voice. A very powerful and attractive man.
Really is.
If you remember the if you remember Decline of the Western Civilization Part 2, it's also the denial of the Christian Trinity, the 6 and the 6 and the 6, that little scene in Decline of the Western Civilization Part 2. But Ronnie James Dio is one of the greatest voices of all time. Ronnie and the Red Caps going back from the 50s all the way through to the Heaven and Hell record. His canon, his entire repertoire speaks for itself. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame's little stamp of approval does nothing to either validate or invalidate Ronnie James Dio's work. So I don't care. A lot of these guys say the fact that this guy is not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame means nothing. It doesn't mean anything. Either way, whether you're in or you're out, it doesn't mean anything, because your music and your life's work speaks for itself. And Ronnie James Dio doesn't need anybody to approve of what he's done.
The fact that every concert you go to has someone doing devil horns is, I mean, that's just like a testament of a legacy.
Right. That's a pop culture contribution. That goes beyond music. This goes beyond music. You see this at country shows. You see it at country shows. You see it at pop shows. You'll see it at Coachella. You'll see it at the most. This is a contribution to world culture that Ronnie James Dio is responsible for.
Totally. And again, you think about, they didn't even count like his work doing the Hearing Aid project, which was basically the metal equivalent. And we've talked about this on the show of Farm Aid and Live Aid and USA for Africa. Yeah.
Right.
That song Stars, that was all the metal guys at the peak of their popularity behind Dio. He did that.
And that was, I believe it was before Live Aid. I think it was right after USA for Africa. And so Hearing Aid was like right around that. It was before the actual concert, I think. And I could be wrong.
I thought it was timed like right around the same
time. But I think theirs was more, it was more of a USA for Africa, We Are the World versus obviously the Live Aid concert to Rain.
Sure.
It was just the one song. And it was because they had done We Are the World. And they went, well, if that community can do it, we care too. And Ronnie James Dio put that thing together, and God love him for it.
There you go. Look at Homer.
Yeah. That doesn't exist.
We are the world.
But Marge, it's Night Boat, the crime-solving boat.
We're the last in line. We're the last in line. See how we shine, dude. Oh, I love Homer.
But Marge,
homie. That's not how you do the shocker.
Oh, if you want to learn how to do the shocker, I'll explain it to you. Rory B. Bellows can be found at a glory hole off of I-5 in Petaluma.
I don't even know if the I-5 goes through Petaluma. I was just guessing.
Sideshow Mel is at the other end of that glory hole. Sideshow Bob. The evil one.
Yes. Sideshow
Hello,
Bob.
Simpsons. When I
Get
see
on your knees and take it to the shaft all the way to the beat.
When I see your shaft come through the hole, wacko! Simpson penis removal.
Big shout out to Matt Groening. Hope you're listening to the show. Thank you. Enjoy it.
Yes,
we completely shit all over your life's work.
Thank you, and please don't sue us.
Yes.
Speaking of sue us, so Bang Energy Drink. These glory hole jokes brought to you by Bang Energy Drink. Thank you, Bang.
Yeah. I actually, you mentioned Bang. There was a Boston band called Bang that had a great song that won the MTV Basement Tapes called Summertime, which is a complete ripoff of Van Halen, So This Is Love. But that's not where I'm going with this story. I saw, while I was out doing my CD shopping this past weekend, the CD from Gorky Park. And I couldn't remember Bang, the song Bang, say da, 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 da.
Yeah, we had a whole episode on it.
We were talking about the guitar,
The guitar.
The Bilaka guitar, yeah. I love that Marge is Brian May.
Mother, I killed your man. Put a gun against his head. Put a trigger. Now he's dead.
So you think you can stop me and spit in my eye? Oh. But I refused. I think the Gorky Park CD was $3.99, and I picked it up and went, nope. And I don't even want this to be one of my fourth for free.
Yeah, because you just gotta, leave it for someone else, thankfully.
Yes. Somebody else will be able to enjoy the majesty of the first band from behind the Iron Curtain to show up on Headbangers Ball.
And probably the last one. And there's my monitor. That's great. Nice. Let's see. Speaking of devil horns, got to go into this one. So the drummer for the band Death Angel, Will Carroll, recently went into a coma with COVID-19. He almost died. And he basically survived it and came out of it with the realization and the disappointment that the devil isn't cool anymore. His words. And where he got this, he went into this coma and he said, I had a near-death experience. I went into this coma, saw my body, my soul leaving my physical body and drifting down to hell, where the devil, a woman, as he said, which I believe, I've known women like that, and the devil basically was torturing him for the sin of sloth, turned him into a Jabba the Hutt-like creature that was only vomiting and choking on its own blood. And suddenly he came back to life. He says to the nurse, he says, am I in hell anymore? Am I in hell? Oh, thank God. The devil's not cool anymore. The devil's not cool anymore. So out of this is what he took away, that he's not worshiping the devil anymore. He still likes dark metal. He still likes devil songs and loves Decide and those bands. But he says, for me, I'm done worshiping the devil. So thank you, Will Carroll, for that realization that the devil is no longer cool. I'm so bummed to hear that. What's left? What's left for us?
What I think is interesting is how quickly Michael Sweet jumped on that bandwagon and retweeted it and talked about how, well, of course he's not great. Everybody knows Jesus is the way. Shut up.
Didn't you hear our album, To Hell with the Devil?
Everybody do your own thing. Do it just, who cares? Will Carroll had a weird psychotic episode, had a dream while he was in a coma, and that's what he interpreted it to be, and more power to him. And if Deicide want to sing about the devil and do their thing, then let them have at it. And if Slayer want to sing about, the atrocities in Nazi Germany, let him have at it. And if Michael Sweet wants to sing about the glory of God, let him have at it too. Who gives a shit? That's your own thing. The devil's not cool anymore. Okay.
And he's in Georgia now, so I don't even know what the hell he's talking about. He went down to Georgia years ago.
Exactly. And can't even play guitar, plays fucking violin. Oh, you can
fiddle,
call it a fiddle. You can call it a fiddle to try and make it cool. It's still a violin and you're still a dork.
And I've heard him. He's not very good at it.
No.
Some kid named Johnny beat him, for fuck's sake. Jesus Christ.
Yes. Yep. No, I think the whole thing. And by the way, Kenny Dave, I know you want to mention it, so I'm going to have to do it. Odin.
They were calling out the Popcorn, the band, in the chat earlier.
Are they really?
Yeah,
Why?
they were.
Why?
Because it was fun. No, they were going popcorn, like they do at our concerts.
Here we are.
Like they do at our concerts. Everyone but Joe the Chimp is here.
We refuse to play until you meet our demands. And we're still working on our touring scheduling. That's the problem, is our scheduling is we're still working out the logistics of it.
And it's hard right now with with the situation with the COVID and everything. But segue, Doro Pesh through Live Nation seems to have it figured out, because Doro Pesh in Germany and in Denmark is now doing a set of concerts through Live Nation, experimental concerts at drive-ins. And this is them trying and seeing how the format works. They're allowing in 600 cars with a full family of 4 in each car. So it has to be, 2 people that live together. And if you have kids, you could bring your kids. So a family of 4 allowed in the car, and they drive up to a big screen, and they have a stage in front of it, and it's wirelessly transferred to your car radio, the audio, but you're maintaining social distancing. And for concerts, for actual stadiums, they're going to start doing pods now. They're going to try it with pods to see if they can section off the arena into smaller numbers that people can practice social distancing. But right now, Doro Pesh of Warlock and Doro fame is doing drive-in concerts. And I think that's a pretty freaking cool idea, because they're thinking of bringing back drive-in movies anyway. Wouldn't it be cool? And again, you're losing money because, you know, obviously you can't fit in the volume of people in 600 cars, but it's a start. It's a pretty darn good idea. And hey, who doesn't want to see Doro? She's fucking terrific, right?
One of my favorite things ever is my Doro Christmas card. She sent me a Christmas card years ago. And it's basically
I love you, Paul. Here's my vagina.
Yes, it was a very pretty. It's very nice. It was nice of her to send me a Christmas card. I keep that in my scrapbook of when I was relevant.
Nice.
Yeah. So yeah, my Doro Christmas card. There's some weird shit that I hang on to. I mean, I don't have guitars like you, but
well, I don't have Doro, so
yeah, Doro.
I trade all my guitars for her.
My Doro Christmas card from like 35 years ago.
Oh, that's badass.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah.
And make no mistake, you know, one of the fun things about going to a concert back in the day was always, you know, hanging out in the parking lot. Now you're doing it. You're doing it through the whole fucking concert. You got your food and your drugs and booze and whatever else you got in your car. You know, no one's pulling them out of you. You're not going through a metal detector, shit like that. I mean, you know, I think it's a very cool idea.
Yeah, the good news is that the you know, halfway through the shitty ballad, you'll hear
the snack bar will be open for another 26 minutes. Then after that, it'll be closed for the evening.
Yeah, and you could get Roadhead in the car during the concert. No one's gonna bother you. I mean, it's a great idea.
Yep. Now I wonder if they're gonna make you pay extra for parking still.
That's funny.
That would suck.
But wait. I wonder if you could sneak all your friends in like the old drive-in movies.
Yeah. Will it be by the head, the amount of people in the car, or will it be by can you not jam like 9 other people in the trunk still?
I think that'll be funny as hell.
By the way, that's not the best picture of Doro, although that is a recent picture of Doro.
It's a recent. Hey, listen, she ages real well.
Yeah, she's done. Yeah, again, we talk about people who have lived hard. Doro has lived very hard and is doing just fine. Thanks for asking. And is a lovely woman. But she does kind of look like the guy that was working in the newsstand in Men in Black.
I never saw that movie.
By the way, speaking of,
it's a good reference.
Speaking of women that have lived hard, so I was on the phone with my mother. I was on the phone with my mother before the show, and you know, my father's in the hospital right now. Speaking of people in the hospital,
sorry to hear that. Is he all right?
Thank you. I don't know. He's got water on his heart and water on his lungs, and he's diabetic with an infection in his heel. So I mean, he's got like the 2020 I've got everything at once disease. So
well, here's, you know, we were talking about this a half hour ago, the beauty of medicine and how stents and all that shit. So may all of those opportunities and medical procedures that are available to him benefit him moving forward.
Thank you. But on to comedy, because you know, we don't want to bring anyone down.
Well, I mean, by the way, am I in the will?
I appreciate that.
Am I in the will?
My father's will, he'll leave you part of his debt like me.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we'll
I have an inheritance of debt and credit card bills like nobody deserves. I'm such a lucky fella.
John, I love. No, here's the thing. though. He's not gonna die. He's not gonna die. He's gonna torment you for another 20 years.
You'll have to take care of me. I changed my poopy pamper again.
Yep. Oh, put me in a home already. All right, I'm putting you in a home. God damn it, you put me in a home.
The food here, they're trying to poison me, and they stole my pens.
So anyway,
Yeah, so my mom calls me before the show and she updates me on Dad, and she says, "So what are you doing now?" I said, "Well, I'm prepping for the show." And oh, your show is tonight. That's right. What time does it go on? It's at 8:00 my time. Oh, that's great. I hope you have a good show. Well, you're gonna watch it, right? Oh, well, yeah. No, I'm gonna watch it at some point. It's at some point. Well, America's Got Talent is on tonight, and some of those people really have talent. One of them juggles. You don't juggle on the show, do you? Because this guy juggles fire, and it's very dangerous. Does Johnny make you juggle fire? You don't do that, right? Because the term heavy metal, it worries me because I don't want you to strain yourself. And metal, are they sharp objects? I don't want you to juggle sharp objects either. So, but you don't juggle on the show, do you? No, Mom, of course I don't. Well, that's why I'm watching America's Got Talent instead of your show, because there's someone on there that juggles. So, yeah, so that's what my mom is doing. So I give my mom a shout out, but she's not listening. So
why can't you be like that lovely Isaiah Moskowitz? He's a juggler. He learned to juggle. That's a skill he could take forward. Maybe find himself a nice Jewish girl.
Mother's
why don't you
very
find
proud.
yourself a nice Jewish girl?
You never date Jewish girls.
Are there any Jews in Hollywood?
Jesus. Did
that one hit a little too close to the bone right there?
Yeah, because the Diamond District, the Hollywood, and the clothing lines. No Jews here. It's like looking for them in the Holocaust. Are there any Jews here? Nope. We have no Jews here.
There are no Jews. Where are the Jews?
Where did you hide the Jews? They're not in the clothing rack.
We are looking for the Jews. What the hell is that?
Is that hiding Jews? Is that
it's a guy juggling guitars?
Oh, Jesus Christ! Yeah, let's see him do that. You don't juggle your guitars.
Can you do that, Mancuda? Can you do that
with someone else's guitars? Absolutely.
When you can do that, your mother will be impressed.
Yeah, no time before that.
Those are like the cheapest guitars you can get too.
Yes, that's because that guy is fucking smart. Yeah, you're not going to sit there with 3 fucking Martins and be doing, hey, look at the trick I can do.
It's like that Martin that got smashed in that Scorsese film. A priceless, multi-million-dollar, one of the first Martins made. And they had a stunt guitar, but they mixed them up.
Oops.
And they did the shot. And the only person that realized it is the girl in the scene that realized he had the wrong guitar. And she started to say no because she thought they were going to cut and switch out to the stunt guitar, and they didn't. And the reaction she shows on camera of such horror is real because she knew right then and there he just smashed the wrong guitar, and Martin was like livid.
Same thing happened on the set of The Crow. They took the wrong gun, and
yeah, there you go.
It's not the same.
Oops.
Somebody screwed up in props.
And yes, Carlos. Aloha. It was Kurt Russell. It was Kurt Russell. And yes, funny. I'm sorry. JR, I'm sorry. Correction. It was a Quentin Tarantino film, not Martin Scorsese. My bad.
By the way, there's that guy juggling guitars, and I believe he's on America's Got Talent. So
I think he's also got mouthfuls of cum looking at that photo.
Yeah, he's got Gillespie's pockets or whatever they call that cheek thing. Why does that look like? Why does it look like Brody Stevens?
Look at that, Jesus Christ! He's got 2 bull testicles in his mouth.
The hell is going on?
I don't know what's going on with him, but he's juggling guitars.
Shit. Am I the only one that sees that picture and thinks, I gave my love a cherry?
I think he hasn't broken a cherry ever. And yes, it's the Hateful Eight movie. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, so let's I also want to give a shout out before I do today's guitar.
By the way, shout out once again to Mancuda's father. Let's all wish him the best and hope that he lives a long life so that he can make John miserable for the next couple of decades.
And miserable he does. I'm not watching your stupid show anyway, John.
Fuck you and your show. They don't put it on in the hospital. They want me to live.
They're watching
that stupid show again. I'm going to kill myself.
They're watching it in the nurse's station, and it doesn't matter because I refuse to watch it. I'd sooner look at the empty Jell-O cup and shuffle it around my little tray. That's entertainment.
John, you're a failure. I don't care how popular you are. You're a failure. You'll always be a failure.
And in my house, you'll always be a failure.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, Ben Tom.
Dynamite drop in, Beane.
Yeah, Ben Tom. What a zinger.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if Ben Tom, if my mom winds up being single, if my dad doesn't make it, I will give you her phone number because it couldn't get any worse. So
right. Well, Ben Tom, what's your trust fund like?
Yeah, listen, anyone who wants to buy my love, I'm for sale. Absolutely. I definitely am ready for a new father. Sure. Hopefully, you know.
Who's your daddy? It could be anyone.
Yeah. Of course it's me, and I've got nothing for you. Oh, wait, hold on. The good news is my funeral expenses are already prearranged. The bad news is I have not paid the bill. It's on you.
You have the great fortune of being the son of the only Jew who's balls deep in debt. Congratulations.
I'm the shoemaker without shoes.
What makes this Jew unlike any other? He's in debt.
Yes, I lean to the left. Speaking of lean, there's one on the house, John. You should probably know about that. And to my son, John, who I always considered worthless, I keep up that proud tradition by leaving him nothing.
I've given him nothing, and that's what he'll have for the rest of his life.
I am taking everything with me to the grave. As you could see, the coffin is empty. Kiss coffin. What are they, sponsored from your silly show?
Some Dave wants me to do a combination of Gilbert Gottfried and Gene Simmons, if that's possible.
I am a very powerful and attractive man. I do this for the fans. God of Thunder and rock and roll. I don't usually say things like this to girls your age, but when I saw you coming out of school that day I knew I've got to have her. I've got to have her. Christine 16. It makes it all okay. Let me tell you a story about a man-sized predicament. Domino! Affleck! Who's insuring the show? Affleck! Loud! I love it loud! Right between the eyes? That's where I want to shoot it. Hey, have you got $1? Thank you. You'd better watch out, because I am a war machine. Get me out of this rock and roll hell.
There you go. There's your...
My tongue can whip up a nice froth. I'm almost human.
Yuck.
Yuck. And there's Johnny with that drop in.
Yeah, nailed it. Mic drop.
There you go. So that's my dad. Yeah.
Your dad is Gene Simmons as Gilbert Gottfried?
I wish my dad was Gene Simmons.
So does Gene Simmons. Because then you'd be another dependent that he could write off for a financial, for a nominal fee.
Nominal fee. We just do it for the fans, for the nominal fee.
Yeah, the nominal fee. Yeah.
We do this for the fans.
We do it for all the fans, for the nominal fee we get. But it's really for the fans.
I do this for a nominal fee.
Gene likes doing domino for the fans. That's why we cut out Eighth, because Eighth wasn't doing it for the fans. He was just doing it for the nominal fee that we was having to pay him.
He was doing it for the
alcohol.
Yeah, Ben Tom, Gene's daughter is very hot.
Gene's daughter. I love her. I
Super
love her.
hot. Yep.
She's so cute and she's so normal and nice.
And yeah, look, all that we joke about Gene all the time because he's funny. But by all accounts, a fantastic parent. He and Shannon have done a great job raising
good son.
Yeah, two very well-adjusted kids in a world where kids are brought up fucked up. In the entertainment industry, those kids are level-headed. They know right from wrong. Good for him.
Yeah, he's got him well adjusted. And again, it's like, we joke because I imitate Ozzy and Sharon, and we do Paul and Gene. We're huge fans of these people. So like imitation is purely out of flattery.
Flattery, absolutely.
Yeah. Now, of course, Gene's gonna sue us, but so is
But he
Bang
already
Energy. So whatever.
Gene is like,
John, I understand your father is destitute. I want half of it.
Gene will be at the funeral pulling the dirt.
It'll only be 3 feet under. I know that you're going to sit Shiva for 3 days, but a day and a half of that belongs to me.
And if you're getting any of those fruit or meat baskets, I want half.
But again, this reminds me of Gene's amazement when he found out that you can get food delivered from El Pollo Loco.
They bring you the food prepared just so to the door.
Like delivery is a new concept to Gene Simmons. I wish I could tell you I was joking about that. Go back a couple of weeks, and that was an actual audio clip on some morning show in Los Angeles. He was amazed at the idea that, because he was trying to tell everybody to stay home during the lockdown and everything. But he was like, you can get your food delivered from this place called El Pollo Loco. Like he's never heard of it before. He's lived in LA for 35 years and he doesn't know where El Pollo Loco is.
I wanted to get Taco Bell, but Gene insisted there was this place. Gene said there was this place that would bring us right to us. We didn't have to risk or nothing. I was gonna go ziplining across the parking lot and go get Taco Bell through the drive-thru, but then Gene said this El Pollo Loco place.
Woo! I love a taco
and a burrito.
Double meat tastes like fire.
Sorry. Ooh, black beans. So I got gum caught in my chest hair the other day.
By the way, that picture right there, the second one, the one with the chest hair, and he's just in the jeans, that should be Jay Hannon's Halloween costume. Just put a big wig on his head and make that face.
Hey, look quickly. There's Vinnie Vincent on the right corner. Look quickly.
Yeah, but quick, he's going to go away.
Yeah, he's going to be gone soon.
Vinnie Vincent, and he's wearing one of those dusters on his head.
Yeah. Someday, guys, we'll all get through this because COVID will be gone soon, like Vinnie Vincent.
Yeah.
You know the joke. COVID has canceled more concerts than Vinnie Vincent.
Vinnie Vincent, yeah.
Yeah.
There's Peter Criss. Look, people remember me. No, they don't.
Love Peter Criss.
Peter Criss, what a drummer, said nobody.
Yeah. So again, because of our delay today, I've got a shit ton of music news to get to. So I'm going to do the guitar of the day. But first, let me give a quick shout out to a website that supports us. If you go on Facebook, into the Facebook groups, there's a lot of cool groups about guitars and metal, and a lot of them that support us. But one specifically, big fan of the show, a guy named Neil King Lee, and a friend of the show. And he runs a site called Jackson Made in the USA. And they're a Jackson Guitar Club group, Facebook group. And check them out because they really get behind the show. And, they always let me post up promotion about the show, even if it's not Jackson related. Really great bunch of guys and girls, big membership. And if you like Jackson guitars, check it out. Jackson Made in the USA Facebook group. So shout out to you guys today. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. friend of the show. And shout out to my mother. Oh, right, you're not watching. Yeah.
But your father can hear it from the nurse's station.
I'm not listening. I'm not listening. I hate
Fuck
you.
that show. Fuck,
I didn't-
you turn that shit off over there already.
I didn't like you growing up, and I don't like you now.
Oh, this show is
Thank
going
you,
to kill me.
That's the plan.
And my father's hospitalization brought to you by Bang Energy Drink. Thank you, Bang, for all the stress.
Here's the thing, you know, maybe people watching the show don't know this. We've never met in person, and I am just lifting my leg all over your father on the one hand, and then on the other hand going, but may he live forever. Like, I feel there's a sense of guilt, and yet, fuck it, it's for the show.
I don't want your well wishes. I'd rather die.
Who's the fat guinea you've got on the show with you, John? That kid is adorable. I wish he were my son.
I like that little Beane guy too. He has, he has a jaunty driving cap, not a schmata on his head.
He doesn't say much, but when he does, it counts.
Let's see. Kenny Dave says, "Hi, John. It's Mom. Stop with the foul language."
Jonathan, it's your mother.
I hear you talking about your father's untimely demise.
He's not dead yet. I wish he were.
You know, he is in bed, and that's all I'm going to say. Oh, am I on the air? One day I'll just bring my mom on the show and just
that'd be the worst.
Let her cut loose.
Because all three of us would just be like,
you live here? This is a dump. What do you do with all your TV money? It's certainly not in your house.
Yeah, John, how's that acting career of yours going?
Failure again, huh? I knew we should have had a second child.
I knew he'd fail. I told you he was a fucking failure, but you didn't listen to me. That's your problem. You never listened to me.
You wanted to feed him. We could have had more food, but he wound up amounting to nothing anyway. I'm going to die with a poor son.
Why couldn't we have stayed in Poland and just offered him when the door was being knocked on?
Oh, that's where it went dark.
Zounds.
I told you those Asians offered us a lot of money. He could have been sewing Nike labels. Nike's a very prestigious country right now.
We had a basket that I know would have floated down the river for at least 15 minutes. We had a huge time. We had a great lead.
We could have run. We'd never see the schmuck again.
All right, so let's talk about today's guitar of the day, and then we have a shit ton of music news to get to. Again, apologies for our technical delay today. The show's fucked anyway, so roll with it. Please leave a thumbs up as sympathy for everyone, and if you love Blue Rhino, and or if you want my father to get better or not, or if you want to bang my mom or not, just leave a thumbs up, please.
I'll take or not for 300, please.
He's giving away my wife, my piece of ass.
Take my wife, please.
Please. So my mom. So today's guitar of the day. Today's guitar of the day is a very unique guitar. It is a BC Rich you very rarely see. I have to check the old tapes. I might have brought a different one of it onto the show once, but I didn't bring this one on. So there you go for mom. There you go.
A little bit of culture before we bring the musical act on. Ladies and gentlemen.
So, ladies and gentlemen, one of the rarest shapes of vintage BC Rich guitars, what is called a wave, and it is made of koa. Johnny. Look at that thing.
Yeah.
Now check this shape out.
Looks like it's got walnut in it. Does it have walnut in it as well?
It's koa with let's see.
I believe these are maple. These are I believe they're maple stringers, but they might be a little tinted. It looks like maple to me. It looks like maple. It tastes like maple. Put it on pancakes. We'll see what's going on.
We'll charge you the price of maple.
Now look at the shape of this thing. Let me get it back so you guys can get a good look. There we go. Yeah, look at the shape of this thing. It's shaped like basically a tidal wave. Okay. And of course, you know, koa is just an amazing wood. It's a great tone wood, but it also is very, very light, and it's very rich in its patterns. And it's, if you look at it, let me flip it around. You can see it's got a beautiful creamy pattern on it. Look at that.
John, I have a question.
Shoot.
It looks like, what was the company that made those bass guitars? I think Pat Badger from Extreme plays one. They look very similar in that shape. It's like a flame. You know what I mean? Like it's supposed to look like a flame from a fire. Very similar shape to that. I don't know the name of the company.
I know they made waves in bass, and a lot of the metal guys like them. But
that's it.
They didn't make very many of them back in the day. They made them only between, I believe, 1982 and 1984, maybe. And they didn't sell very many, so there's not many around. I think in total, there's probably somewhere between, I don't want to specify, but somewhere around like maybe between 100 and something and 300. I have to look up the numbers. Yeah, now this one's been modded. If you look at it real close, this one had a fixed bridge. It had a Kaler quad. So you see the holes right over here from the quad that was originally on it, and someone Kalered it. Now again, you know, to get one of these models is very hard. I think it might be just under 200 if I remember, like 180 something maybe of these made. It was a very, very low production number because the shape is so radical. And they were made in the USA by hand, again, by the old Mexican craftsmen working in the States. And there you go, you can see it. So someone modded it with a quad, but I was happy to get it because they're not readily found in koa either. You know, they only made a certain amount. And these are called nipples right here. No joke. You see these? Because they make an import version as well. They made a Japanese import version as well that did not have these little hand carved nipples. They were just smooth. Oh, they were just smooth. But for the American handmade ones, they had nipples on both of the top horns. See, you can see the other one over here. There you go. And look at the beautiful carve on that. This is hand done. Can you see the carve on this? It's just a really smooth, rich, beautiful carve on that exotic wood.
And it's funny, the Japanese version of that guitar, the NJ series version of that guitar, you can pick up for about $1,000 used. The American one is going to cost you about 3 times that amount.
The American one is probably somewhere in the $4,000 to $6,000 range. They're not common. They're very in demand. Collectors like me hold on to them, and they're fun to play, like most old Golden Age BC Riches of the 80s.
Love and that grain in the middle.
Yeah, look at the wood. It's a creamy, beautiful koa. And some koas are plain, and some are really rich, and this one's very, very rich in grain. And again, you got, as typical BC Rich, you get a DiMarzio PAF and a Super Distortion right there in the double creams, which was a BC Rich thing. They copyrighted those. But just, I don't even know if I could get this on camera. Just look at how beautiful that carve is. It's so smooth and all hand done and just really, really, there we go. That's a little better. Just really, really
looks like a
great flag neck.
That nipple area looks like a prime example of something that's going to get nicked the minute that guitar gets leaned on anything, or like that. Just the idea that thing right is here? Not on the other side, on the top bout, the upper bout.
Okay.
Yeah. That nipple right there. That looks like, as you get to the top of that horn, man, that thing looks like it's just primed to be ground down or chipped or broken, and that one is in beautiful condition.
Yeah, and again, you know, you have certain mods that the last owner did to it. The Kaler being the big one. The other one, he put Shaler's Shaler tuners in there, which were originally, you could see the small holes. Originally were the Grover Bullseye tuners, but these are nice, and I'm happy to have them. And again, just, you know, to find one of these with a nice exotic wood pattern. They play fantastic. I love these necks. These are kind of wide and D shape, very, very comfortable. And they're all different from each other because they're all hand carved. So I can't emphasize enough. Some are like it, some are C shape, some are, you know, less wide. They're just all whatever the craftsman was in the feel groove of that day is how they come out. They sound terrific. Again, Koa is a really good tone wood, and these play fantastic. I personally love old DiMarzios and the Super Distortion, or I like the Super 2, which is a little less muddy. They just sound terrific. And then you got this, which a lot of the old BCs have. You have those Moser electronics. You have the Veritone. You have the boosters, the splitters, you know, the phase switches. I mean, all of Neil Moser's electronic genius is in this confusing package. And if you don't want to use all the special effects, just flick all the switches down, turn this all the way up, and it's just plain out. No effects. These are
How much does it weigh?
This is probably about 10 pounds. No, not even 10 pounds, probably in the 9 range. Actually, you know what it is? It's a big body. If you look at the size of the body, it's bigger than a Strat. You know, it's wide. It's very wide, and it's a normal like Strat thickness probably. But you know, it's just the Koa is a light wood, but even then, on a big body like this, you have to realize it's still got some heft to it. So probably
it's funny because it looks dense. It looks way more dense than it is. It looks like it's a heavy guitar.
Well, you know what it is? It's just because you're looking at a solid Koa body. You know, right. I mean, this is wing with 2 stringers in the middle. I mean, this is, you know, it's not like, you know, these days they surface a guitar and put a top on it. No, these are really solid pieces of wood, neck through, and you know, I mean, just look at that beautiful buttery grain on there. It's just a really nicely figured wood, and you know, it looks heavy because it's still a natural wood color. So mentally you're thinking, yeah, it's heavy, but it's not really. It's not really, you know, that type of weight for this body is actually pretty light. I would say normally if it was something else, you know, add another 2 pounds to accommodate that. And then the Kaler, you know, brass Kaler weighs some poundage. And then you got a nice rosewood board there with the typical BC Rich diamond inlays. And of course, there's your headstock. See if you can get that. Let's say, you catch a little bit of the wood grain on it. I don't know. Sometimes it's just hard to capture the wood grain. It's probably not coming through very well. But it's again a dark rosewood cap. Let's see what else we got on this. So again, a little bit under 200 produced. Very rare, very interesting guitar. I think a couple of metal guys played it. I'm forgetting exactly specific ones, but I know it was played both as a bass and as a regular guitar. Being I don't play bass, I just like it as a regular guitar, and I think it looks nice with the cream and everything.
I hate to disrespect your guitar, but it has a little bit of that Jerry Garcia feel to it too. That guitar Jerry Garcia played that was very similar.
Sure, that the wolf and the bear or whatever the animals were.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you look at it again, just the unique shape of the carve, you know, just the shapes being hand carved and all the little angles and everything on the body. You know, it's just a very sexy shape. You walk into a show with this on a stage and you will just not be forgotten so quickly. When I play this with Popcorn, you know, I you know, before I switched to the Sousaphone, I mean, it got a lot of attention.
It really is a panty dropper, but they're your mother's panties.
That's the problem.
Right.
But there you go. So here you go. BC Rich Wave. There's our thumbnail right yonder. Right about. And yeah, it is a comfy guitar. Lenny Lou and Mary asking, is it comfortable? Yeah, again, I'm a sit-down player. So for me, it really fits nice on my leg. You know, that curve is just perfect right there. So I'm really happy with it.
It's got a real sheen. It looks like it's got a pretty heavy lacquer top to it. Does that slide off a lot when you're playing it? Does it slide on your leg?
No, because look how it hooks. It's like a slut. It just hooks.
Does it slide forward?
No, it's balanced very nice. And
can you show a little more leg, please?
I sure can. Let me pull my pants down. Hold on. I shaved my gams for you people in the audience today.
But you know what? He's not as hairy as I thought he was.
Yeah, and again, you know, you have your volumes and your tones. The Veritone is great because you're getting I think it's seven different adjustments. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're getting 6 different adjustments on the Veritone. Your booster, you have 2 boosters, you have phases on both. I mean, it's just really that Moser electronics. And again, most people won't use that live. They'll use it for recording to get different sounds. But as far, maybe this is even a better thumbnail to show the shape. It's just a very, very versatile instrument. And all those old BCs that have this package, most people use them for recording live. They just flick them down. Maybe you'll hit the booster, something like that. But that's pretty much as far as usually you'll go. But yeah, it does have a thick lacquer. And again, it's because the Koa, you really want to bring out that grain, but it's not mumming. It's not muting it. Thank you, Mickey Settlemeyer. It's not muting it. You know, it's not deadening the tone because it's a very resonant wood, the Koa is. So there you go, gang. And this one's about 1982. This is BC Rich Wave made of Koa. That is today's guitar of the week. Ben Tom wants to know, does it slide on my cock? My cock fits in perfectly in this little hook. So I really enjoy that.
Because John has Peyronie's disease.
There you go.
He's got a bad case of Peyronie's disease, so that's why it fits in that groove. As well as
the Emperor's New Groove.
People are now Googling Peyronie's disease. You're welcome.
Yeah, Googling BC Rich Wave.
Pepperoni disease.
Pepperoni? You want to see my pepperoni?
Yeah, by the way, if you see a Wave online, I sent Johnny a link to one. Don't buy the NJ series Wave. That is not the same guitar.
No, the NJ series Wave is basically made in Nagoya, Japan. It's an entry-level guitar. It's well built, and it's very good bang for the buck. But that's a USA handmade. There's a massive price difference between them. Massive.
Yep.
So
I was waiting to show this picture right here. This is one that I found.
Oh, look at Pat Badger with the.
Yeah.
And what is that? I can't even see it really. I'm looking at.
That's Michael Anthony's Jack Daniels bass.
It's Michael Anthony bass.
Okay, yeah. Cool. Speaking of Michael Anthony, I'm glad we're transitioning to that because it's time for a shit ton of music news. And yeah, we're gonna roll over. Music Therapy Labs, those are DiMarzio's, old DiMarzio double creams, a super distortion and a PAF in the neck. Let's see. Let's go to the transitional story of, speaking of Michael Anthony, Sammy Hagar in the news today. Sammy Hagar, for a little while, has been dropping hints of, hey, you know, someday Ed will forgive me. Someday I'll forgive Ed. Someday we'll talk. Someday. Now he's going out full force, and he's saying he is 100% positive that someday they will have enough water under the bridge that they will get together for a Van Halen reunion. He says Eddie and Alex are
They're never going away. They're never stopping. As long as Eddie's health is there, there will come a time that they will want to make music again. And there will come a time that Sammy will want to be there. He is putting it full out there with the olive branch. Ed, I want to do a reunion. I'm not beating around the bush. I want to do a reunion. And
lest anybody think this is not going to work, David Lee Roth did the exact same thing 20 years ago, and it paid off for him. So don't think that this doesn't. The Van Halen brothers are open to the power of suggestion, especially if that suggestion has a lot of zeros at the end of it.
And it will, absolutely. And he even put it out there. I'd love to have Michael Anthony there, and I'd love to have Wolfgang there. So he basically laid out, I'm open to anything.
I have always wondered if they would get back together, and I don't care who is on vocals. It's either Dave or Sammy. Either way, I still love Van Halen. Sure. But we hear about how talented a guitar player Wolfgang is. Imagine, if you will, and I think I've even floated this. I don't know if it was on this show or on the Saturday night show. See, that was a plug for the Saturday night thing.
Thank you.
I think I have floated this before, where they bring Michael Anthony back and they leave Wolfgang in the band as a second guitar player so that Eddie and Wolf, because that's the one thing Eddie would love to be able to do, is play guitar with his kid back and forth on stage and have one of those moments, kind of like they did in the early 5150 tour where Sammy and Eddie would do the back and forth thing. I wonder if, they bring Michael back, they keep Wolfgang in. Obviously, Wolfgang opens for the band with his own project that we've been hearing about for years. And then during the Van Halen show, he comes out and plays that second rhythm guitar that Sammy would normally play, or they just add him in there. And Eddie and Wolfgang have that moment before Eddie passes.
And again, he's saying based on Eddie's health, of course, I hope he's well. And again, we know Eddie sometimes watches the show. Eddie, if you're listening, we are all behind whatever you want to do. Just make it a reunion of some sort. That's it.
Just make music. Make some new music. We would like some new music.
We pray for your health all the time, and we really want it to happen. And Sammy's open to anything. He said you could have me and or Roth. You could, whatever it is. The brothers Van Halen are way too talented to not get together and make music. And he says, Michael is willing. I'm willing. I want it. I'm out here pushing for it. It's all in your corner right now, Eddie. It's all in your corner.
Don't you think it's interesting? Sammy, who spent so much time while he was in Van Halen talking about what a huge solo artist he was before joining Van Halen, and then after leaving Van Halen has put together the Wabos and Chickenfoot and the Circle and all of these other bands, and yet still can't stop talking about Van Halen. Like Sammy recognizes that is the zenith of his career. It always will be the zenith of his career, no matter how big he thinks he is as a solo artist. Montrose, HSAS, and we talk about all the things that Sammy Hagar has done. It's still, none of it adds up to Van Halen. He's doing exactly what David Lee Roth did. For the first couple of years he was out of the band, it was all about, I didn't need them. I'm big enough on my own. And we find out that's not the case. Sammy Hagar, without Van Halen, is barely able to fill theaters now. He wants to be back on the big stage with the big band and cement that legacy one more time. And there's nothing wrong with that.
No, and in fact, Van Halen with him made some of their greatest hits. Sure. And again, I love both periods. I love both him and Roth.
They made all their hits with Sammy.
Their biggest hits, are all with Sammy.
Well, 1984 was their biggest hits, I think. Panama, Jump. I mean, that was really their biggest, I think. That was their biggest hits.
Well, there were singles. I think Van Halen with Sammy had, I think radio-wise, the Van Hagar songs are bigger.
Then Jump in Panama?
They crossed over to more formats. Van Halen became a pop band with Sammy Hagar in the band. You heard Finish What You Started on, Kiss FM in Los Angeles and on the top 40 stations.
Yeah, and on television.
You heard Right Now, and you heard Why Can't This Be Love and Feels So Good and When It's Love. All those songs were on all over the place, whereas Panama
Dreams.
and Jump and all that. Yeah, Dreams. Those were all multi-format crossover hits. versus the enduring classic rock legacy of Hot for Teacher and Jump and Panama.
And I think the timing was everything, because again, you didn't have old Van Halen with Roth as much on the radio at the time comparative to, you know, the mid 80s, where you had 1984 and 5150 both dominating MTV and you know, and the radio, because that's what metal was doing at the time. Metal was the mainstream.
They were Van Halen became a household name with Sammy Hagar. Your grandmother knows who Van Halen is because of the Sammy Hagar years. 1985 through 1991 was the biggest worldwide exposure for that band. Before that, they were just one of the greatest hard rock bands on the face of the planet. And that's fine. That's why they would have been in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, as useless as it is, regardless whether Sammy Hagar was ever in the band. But as a guy who still loves the Dave years, I prefer the Dave years, but the truth is undeniable, and undeniably from 1985 to 1991, they became Journey big. They became U2 big. They became Rolling Stones big with Sammy Hagar up front.
See, but I don't even think, like, you know, as much as I love OU812 and the Fuck album, I really don't think they achieved as much as they did with 5150. I mean, am I wrong here in the Hagar years?
Well, no, I mean, the two biggest selling records are obviously one in 1984. Those are the ones that have sold over 10 million apiece.
That's it.
But they changed the game. They changed the way they chart album sales and chart sales right around 1988 or so. So it's weird because you're comparing two different criteria. The idea Van Halen was just one of the greatest hard rock bands of all time, and we loved them for that.
Sure.
But they became pop culture. They were Foreigner, you know, they were Journey, they were the Eagles big. They got to that level where the guy behind the counter at Ace Hardware knew who Van Halen was because of When It's Love, and because of Love Walks In, and because of Dreams, and because of Right Now. Look, right
the 5150
now,
album.
right now from the Fuck record was a Pepsi commercial. I mean, they became the biggest, a much bigger unit with Sammy as far as pop culture goes. They weren't a better band, but from a pop culture standpoint, they were bigger with Sammy as far as worldwide
appeal,
acceptance,
mass appeal.
Yeah, mass appeal. Much, you know.
See, now I'm still on the debate floor about that, because again, I think their two biggest, you know, the biggest period for them, I think, was between 1984 and 5150, and 1984's videos made such an impression on MTV. And remember also the 5150 album got a lot of exposure because of the breakup with the popularity of 1984, because Sammy and Dave breaking up at that pinnacle of their career, while MTV was not stopping with Jump and Hot for Teacher and Panama. I mean, those three are, to this day, I just hear them probably almost every day somewhere in a radio, in an elevator, in a supermarket, wherever. I just hear something, you know.
And the argument can be made that When It's Love and Finish What You Started are doing the same thing.
I don't see them as big. And make no mistake, 5150 was totally the dominant album of 1986. I'll give you that.
There's an argument to be made that
for Van Halen. Fuck Rattle and Hum. No, look, I mean, you could say, no, look, I mean, you could pull Bon Jovi out of your ass. I mean, that, you know, Bon Jovi was Slippery 1986 or 85. 86. Probably 86. So okay, 86, Bon Jovi was bigger than Van Halen.
Paul just bought those records.
Yeah, I just bought those records. So
you should have those records, man. If you don't have those early Bon Jovi records, you're really.
I had them on cassette, never needed to own them on CD, and finally, you know, made that purchase. It's funny because my favorite Bon Jovi record is the one that's considered their worst of the first four, which is 7,800 Degrees Fahrenheit. I love that.
I love that album.
I think it's a much better record than the debut, and I think it set the stage for Slippery When Wet.
I'll agree with you on both those counts. I love the debut, but I thought 7,800 had a lot of good music. A lot of people didn't react to it as well. I personally found it terrific. But you know, look, Slippery was slippery, and Jersey Jersey took it even further. You know, but you know, going back to Halen, I thought that literally 1984 was the pinnacle of Van Halen, just to this day, popularity. And then 5150 was popular because everyone was waiting to see who, oh my God, Sammy Hagar's in the band and Dave's doing his own. This battle of the bands. Let's see how they both turn out. I hope they're going to be good, because to leave Van Halen 1984 at that height of popularity, Dave's doing something and Eddie's doing something. Who will win this battle? Who will come out better in their next album? So there was a lot of people watching, and make no mistake, 5150 was amazing. I still don't think, even though it was probably just as popular or about as popular as 1984, I think 1984 really put Van Halen in the public eye more than 5150. And I say this mostly because of those MTV videos. Who didn't see every fucking day on every fucking countdown the fucking Panama, the fucking Jump, the Hot for Teacher? Oh my God, I'm still jerking off about Miss Gymnasium or whatever. You know, I mean, these are like the peak of when Van Halen was with Dave, who is admittedly the more popular singer.
I will respectfully disagree. By the way, I prefer the Dave years. Make no mistake about it. I prefer the Dave years, and I've said this before. Van Halen with Gary, good band. Van Halen with Sammy, great band. Van Halen with Dave, legendary fucking band. That said, I believe and I still think that the fact that all of their albums with Sammy Hagar went #1 and none of their albums with Dave did that. I believe that Sammy Hagar's Van Halen was far more mass appeal, far more popular worldwide. And I don't believe it's as enduring. I don't believe that the legend of the Sammy years are as enduring. But if you put the two of them side by side and you ask the majority of people around the world when they became aware of Van Halen, I believe that the 5150 through fuck period was the period of time where most people became aware of that band. And we're not talking about rock fans. See, you and me and Johnny and a good percentage of the people that are in the chat right now cannot possibly look at this objectively because we love the band. We're already invested in the band. We were well aware of the band, but the general public, I believe, became aware of Van Halen. Van Halen became synonymous with pop culture and American culture. Your mother is aware of Van Halen not because of the David Lee Roth years, but because of Finish What You Started.
Because of John's silly show is why I'm aware.
Because John's useless show, the show that he does every Tuesday night. I know it's on every Tuesday night. I don't watch it. From 8 to 11 Eastern time, although we're 2.5 minutes over right now, and I believe he should be getting paid time and a half for that. I believe he should be but he doesn't make any money from this because he's a complete putz.
He's a terrible businessman.
I always said he was a terrible businessman.
Just an awful, and that hat and the scarf. What are you doing with the scarf? Are you a cowboy? Are you going to go rope a steer?
You're not doing that masturbation, hanging yourself thing, are you?
And by the way, how come your legs are so smooth? Did you shave your gams for the show?
I told you to use Nair. It's a manly thing.
He doesn't do it. No, men do these things now.
And we're going to stay late tonight because we are making up for lost time with the technical difficulties. But John Biel just posted stats for 1984 versus 5150. 5150, 6 times platinum, 6 million copies sold. 1984, diamond status, 10 million copies sold. So the 1984 clearly almost doubled the sales of 5150. And this is where I thought, then you got steadily declining with Sammy. And again, great stuff, but not as good as the peak of Roth. OU812, 4 times platinum, 4 million albums. For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge, platinum 3 times, 3 million. It just went down.
But people consumed music differently during that period.
They bought albums.
Yeah, but keep in mind, the only place you could get exposed to that back then was by buying the album versus MTV videos and radio. See, back when Roth was in the band, the only way to sort of get exposed to Van Halen music was by buying the album because it was only on your local rock station. Whereas people were able to consume Van Halen music with Sammy Hagar because it was everywhere.
But hold on now. You could say the same thing about 1984 came out when MTV was suddenly there, suddenly hot, and everyone and their mother were watching these world premiere videos because it was a new format. So everyone was very big into it. And that's when you had all your 1984 hits on MTV then and there.
John, not everybody who is aware of a band buys their music. That's the point. You're trying to compare album sales with public awareness.
But they were watching those videos and they were going and buying those.
That doesn't
albums.
mean that they bought the records. That doesn't mean
clearly
that they buy the
did.
records.
Clearly they did. 10 million versus 6 million.
No, that's you're again, you're making my argument for me.
Go ahead.
From 1985 through 1991, that period of Van Halen, the general public, most people don't buy records. We see this now. Music is all around us, and there are plenty of different ways to consume it, but nobody's buying it.
Back then they were. Cassettes?
Maybe. Singles?
Definitely. No, not even.
Yeah, singles. Like
Yeah.
45s. Like they'd be buying the 45s of Jump.
Yeah. The idea again, mass appeal versus look, if you want to talk about album sales, New Kids on the Block outsold both of those bands during that 5-year period. So album sales do not equate with mass acceptance or mass awareness. That's not that's the difference. You're talking about whether or not the business versus exposure.
But even the exposure, if you're talking even radio airplay, all those 1984 songs were getting, and longer, I might add, longer airplay for Panama staying on the air than, say, Dreams.
Oh, no. I'm again, we're not talking about enduring. We're talking about awareness. Bigger crowds. Bigger, again, it's tough. It's difficult to quantify this because what you're trying to do is say, because I'm aware of it, I bought it. That's not the case. There's a lot of stuff like we all are aware of, the Simpsons, right? We'll use the Simpsons as an example. When's the last time you watched the Simpsons?
About an hour ago on the show.
No, when's the last time, we're all aware of Beverly Hills 90210. How often did you watch it? We're all aware of America's Got Talent. How often do you watch it? It's
if you're asking me.
If you're asking me, that's the point. The point is awareness versus consumption. And consumption, I would certainly agree with you. I mean, the stats are there. But how many times did Van Halen go number one with David Lee Roth?
3. I would
with the greatest hits records.
As far as an album?
An album, yeah. How many albums with David Lee Roth went number one?
Probably just one and 1984, I would guess.
None of them.
Really?
Every album with Sammy Hagar went number one.
5150 was their first number one record.
And everything following that.
Yeah.
They've had number one out. That's the issue is awareness versus consumption. They became a bigger band on the world stage with Sammy Hagar as far as awareness goes. Everybody knew who the band was with Sammy versus consumption with Dave. And look, I don't know that either one of us is going to bend our position. Let's move on with the other music news. I just think that it's a debate. The Dave versus Sammy debate may be the greatest debate in the history of rock music.
I agree. And there's no wrong answer. They're both phenomenal frontmen with amazing periods that are both respected and terrific and whatever. I think we could all just agree that Gary Cherone didn't fit in as good as he was with Extreme.
Should have been in Queen. Should have been the guy that they called for Queen instead of Paul Rodgers.
Well, should have been Lars. But we'll agree to disagree. I do.
No, you must bend your point to my point. That's where we are in 2020. We cannot agree.
John, make a goddamn decision. Make a goddamn decision already.
You're wrong. You're in the tank for Hillary.
Your father wants you to make a decision. Anyway, I will leave it on. I just remember, as great as Sammy was within the band, there's never been more of a demand than the time Dave showed up hinting that he was going to come back to Van Halen at the MTV Music Awards.
By the way, how many MTV Music Awards did they win with Dave?
I'm not sure. 0? 1? 1? Which one? Panama? Jump? What? Which one?
Keep going.
Tell me. What for teacher? What?
No.
But they won several with Sammy.
Mm-hmm.
And again,
right now
statement.
was the biggest video. Technically, the video for the song "Right Now" was the biggest video they ever had.
But that's another statement on the music scene at that time, also. You know,
and you've just made my point for me. At that point, that's what they were. Van Halen was the epitome of corporate American rock from 1985 to 1991. They were the biggest corporately acceptable
franchise.
Yes, they were absolutely big business. It was Van Halen, U2. Those were the two biggest rock bands on the planet until Metallica popped in 91. Van Halen and U2 dwarfed everybody else. And
I'd say Bon Jovi.
Bon Jovi obviously had that moment between 1986 and 1989 that was pretty huge. But
2 albums
sandwich right in there was OU812 and a little band called Guns N' Roses.
Yeah, just a little band. You know, but with that said, like I said, I just think there was always been more demand for Dave years than the Sammy years, even when Sammy was doing
sure.
You know, even during 5150, people liked it, but all the purists of the old David Lee Roth stuff, a lot of them weren't accepting it. A lot of them weren't having it, you know, and I love both of them.
They're still not.
But yes.
I run a group on Facebook that I renamed. It was somebody gave me the group and I named it Van Halen 1978 through 1984 because I saw most of the people in there. There's like over 16,000 members in this group.
Why aren't they watching the show tonight?
What are you, timing us?
I just threw it in the thing and we just got like 5 more people.
Okay. Is my mom one of them? Well, the show's over.
No.
It was not very good juggling tonight.
But I renamed the group.
The audio
Van Halen.
quality was questionable for the first 45 minutes.
It really hurt my ears, and it was very boring. You know, it's funny as you think, John. People don't like dirty humor when you say penis.
Yeah, but I've noticed, you know, with most of the people in this group, they're mostly Roth Van Halen fans, and people will join that are, you know, Hagar fans, and I see this fight, I see this battle all day, every day.
Of course you do.
Well, and the interesting thing about it is the majority of people don't join internet sites. They're not active fans. That's the thing, is the majority of people are not invested enough to purchase. They're casually exposed to it.
Yeah.
No, I mean, look, it's either way, whichever one you want. Look, I like them both. I thought that, you know, 5150 was basically taking Sammy Hagar, who I loved, and a newer version of Van Halen with, you know, pop music style, basically, and combining them into a super Van Hagar versus the old Roth was the old school classic Van Halen I grew up with and loved. And, you know, I wanted that back too. You know, but I enjoyed both.
JR in the chat is incorrect here. He says they were never Metallica U2 Journey level with Sammy. That is absolutely unequivocally false. That Monsters of Rock tour in 1988, as much of a travesty as it was execution-wise, because they couldn't pull it off production-wise, was a massive tour, and they headlined it. They headlined over everybody. They were the biggest band in hard rock in 1988 because Guns N' Roses hadn't popped yet. Aerosmith were still retreads and still underneath Van Halen at the time. They were at that point for a period of time. Van Halen was the biggest, most corporately accessible rock band in the world. And you could argue that, but you'd just be wrong. I mean, it is, don't get me wrong. Sales are different. We're not talking about sales or the enduring legacy of the band. We're talking about household name. If you said Van Halen in 1988, everybody knew Eddie was married to Valerie. They were tabloid fodder. They were in People magazine. They were in places that had nothing to do with music. That's what I'm talking about. And all of that said, you know, most bands would kill to have had even a tenth of the legacy that those guys have.
Well, back in my day, we had Herbert Hoover. There was a president. Wait,
so music news.
And just real quick, as far as Metallica opened for Van Halen.
Bon Jovi opened for Van Halen at the height of their popularity. Bon Jovi was a bigger band and still opened for Van Halen because Van Halen was the bigger draw at the time.
Well, Bon Jovi, it's hard to say because Bon Jovi launched on their own world tour that lasted, what, 5 years or something?
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I mean, timing is everything with that one too. Let's see. Okay,
we could do this for another hour and a half.
Yeah. Well, we agree to disagree on that. We're gonna hit to our next story. The Steel Panther Mötley Crüe feud that has gone on. That's still gone on. Basically, in a nutshell, Michael Starr of Steel Panther just had a recent interview, and they're like, "Hey, what's going on with that?" And he says, "You know, I hope it's just a blip in heavy metal history because Mötley Crüe is just such a big influence to us. We really don't want to have a band hate us that was such a big influence on us." And Mötley Crüe is basically, you know, hasn't said it in a little while. Hasn't commented on it, but you know, the last time they surfaced with this, Nikki Sixx was basically saying, you know, Steel Panther, they're not really funny. I take music seriously. They don't. They play our songs, so they're backstabbers to talk bad about us. And you know, Satchel got into it with, I think Satchel got into it with maybe Vince or Nikki or one of them, and then let's see, Styx got into it with one of them, and it got very ugly. Huh? Yeah. What about the Stones? What about the Stones? But the bottom idea is Mike Starr basically, you know, was talking about, and he's like, look, if I ever see them, if we're ever on a show together or a tour, you know, I hope it's better than the last time, because when we toured with them and Def Leppard, with Def Leppard headlining, Def Leppard treated us great, and Mötley Crüe didn't say one word back to us. They weren't fans of ours. They were probably hoping we got hit by a bus. They take it directly that we're imitating them, not just the heavy metal genre, but them specifically. So that, you know, Nikki Sixx doesn't like them. But you know, Starr just basically pointed out, look, at this point, I'd say hey to them. I'd say we admire you. I'd want to be friends with them, even if they don't want to be friends. So he's put out the olive branch and basically said, in our eyes, unless they do something, it's over. You know, they never wanted this fight, and they hope that it's something that if they ever see him again, they just, you know, nod and shake hands or perform together and at least be civil to each other. So that's the hope.
I will weigh in on this very quickly. I don't get Steel Panther. I don't see them in any way, shape, or form on the same level as Mötley Crüe. I think any attention that Nikki Sixx and Vince Neil and Tommy Lee give this, Mick Mars has been silent on it, which is a smart thing to do. Anything that those guys do validates the existence of Steel Panther, and that's exactly what those guys want. This is a great example of poking somebody and hoping that they respond to you. Steel Panther is a joke. I think it's a great joke, but I don't consider them a legitimate artist in the way that, you know, Wild Boys and Wild Side and all these other hair bands. It's a parody. It's a great parody, and I love it. But this feud is much ado about nothing. All it is brilliant marketing on the part of Ralph and Styx and those guys doing their thing to get attention, to keep that band top of mind. God love them for it. I think it's fantastic. It's brilliant on their part, but they're not even in the same category. They're not even, that Steel Panther's not even a real band.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of go in the middle of what you said. For starters, I'm a Steel Panther fan. I like them. I think they're a real band because they can really write songs and play. And as a comedian myself, I know it's not, and you know this too, it's not easy to write comedy. It's not easy to write parody songs and have a whole shtick and play characters, which is what they do. And keep in mind, they came out during, you know, in their persona
of Steel Panther and metal school and whatever, at a time when metal was just done and there were no metal acts playing around, not realistically. And they kind of carried the flame into where we are today. And even though as a joke band, they're funny and they really play. And Satchel is a great guitarist.
Yes, but they're not in the same category as Mötley Crüe. They're not. It's
and that's where I agree with you.
It's comedy versus it's Broadway comedy.
They don't have the history.
Yeah,
there's no history.
This is where I agree with
unless
Paul.
It's made up, unless there's a fake history.
Yes, but it's a different. It's just a different thing. It's a form of musical comedy. I love it. I think it's great, but they're not in the same arena. It's the difference between somebody playing semi-professional baseball and talking to a member of the New York Yankees. That's all. They're both doing the same thing, but they're not in the same league.
They're not in the same league because Mötley Crüe was an original hair band that achieved huge success and continued on and longevity with, ending or not ending and coming back to life with pretty much the same lineup intact other than one short little period. I mean, that's an accomplishment and tons of hits and everything. So yeah, no, Steel Panther is not in the same league as them. Now, with that said, are they a legitimate band? Absolutely. Do they fill up clubs and book and tour? Absolutely. And I like their music legitimately that they write. Now, make no mistake, Mötley Crüe, way up here. You can't compare them. But do I think, Steel Panther is just a joke of a band? No, they're a funny band. They're a humor band. I respect them as a band, though, in that they're real entertainers.
Yeah, no, I agree with all of that. I just don't. They're not the same. They're not doing the same thing. Steel Panther is not. Their job is not to go out there and get hits and end up with chart position and be considered a credible RIAA. Like the end of the road is not the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And I don't use that as any legitimacy. My point is they're not running the same race as Mötley Crüe. It's a different race. It's fun and it's great. And they are certainly talented musicians. But what they're doing is an act. It's an act. They're playing characters. See, Nikki Sixx is Nikki Sixx. He's got his tattoos and his hair and his stuff, and he goes on stage and he genuinely believes in what he's doing every night. Styx Zadinia is a guy who puts on a wig and makeup and plays a character. It's a
that's
play.
also Kiss. I mean, you could say that about Kiss.
But Kiss, that's the thing. Kiss did it and made it a thing, made it a real part of what they do. What Steel Panther is, and it's a great tribute and it's a great homage to everything that's come before them, but they're not doing the same thing. It's a character. It's like playing a television role. Nikki Sixx is not playing a character. He's being who he is as a professional, whereas these guys are putting on makeup and becoming fake people and writing fake songs and parodies, and they're great. They're all great and they're all legitimate. And people that love that stuff, it's fantastic. They're just not running the same race.
No, and they're not. And I completely agree. The level of Mötley Crüe as a legitimate band versus Steel Panther as an entertaining band of, comedic actors that happen to write songs, and they're catchy songs and they're well-played songs. But yeah, it's a very different genre technically. I mean, okay, it's the metal genre, but it's not the same as Mötley Crüe being a headlining metal act. Totally agree with you. But with that said, look, I like them as opening acts. I think they would have been great on the stadium tour. I like them, their songs and I like their comedy. Their whole show is an entertainment show.
Sure.
And it's terrific. And it's different than CRUE. 100% agree. I hope this feud is over. I hope that, Mötley Crüe at least just says, we're not even going to say anything. We're just not going to talk to them, whatever. As long as they're not back and forth, I'm great with it and live and let live,
Steel Panther, Vista Light brings us up. Steel Panther is Spinal Tap. It's a bit.
They're better than Spinal Tap. They're better than Spinal Tap.
It's a great
bit. Steel Panther's legitimately writing a lot of songs and playing, and they're 10 times what Spinal Tap was.
Well, Steel Panther doesn't exist without Spinal Tap.
No, of course. And Spinal Tap, the movie, is just classic.
Right. And Steel Panther is not on the same level as Spinal Tap. Spinal Tap is legendary. Steel Panther are doing a great thing. It's great. It is what it is, but it's just not the same. And I can see where Nikki Sixx is put off by the parody, because essentially Steel Panther is in a way it's a loving tribute, but in the other way it's a complete assault upon the silliness of what Nikki Sixx has spent his entire life committed to, writing to. Nobody likes to be told their entire life's work is stupid. On the other hand, let's not take this so seriously.
Yeah, totally.
I get both sides of it. I love what Steel Panther are doing. I think, again, this feud is much ado about nothing. Nikki Sixx, every breath that he affords to this thing only legitimizes a band that is essentially a parody and gives them legitimacy, and that's great. That's what they're looking for. With every response to this, it just validates what those guys are doing in Steel Panther, and more power to them.
And again, think about this. Steel Panther came out when the world was making fun of 80s metal music.
I agree.
It was a total joke to everyone and their mother. So, Mötley Crüe couldn't get arrested in a bar. They couldn't even be the bartender at that time. So when they started this, I think Steel Panther kind of, in a way, kind of saved the genre by just chugging through it as a comedy act where nobody and their mother was playing anymore.
Metal Shop and Metal School was the best thing to do in LA every weekend for a long time.
For those that don't know, that is what Steel Panther was incarnated as. That was their band name back then.
Yeah, they were a house band at the Key Club. I think it was like Sunday nights, and it was a way how everybody just ended their weekend by going to see Metal School. It was Sunday or Monday nights at the Key Club, and they would just go and, like, if you want this fucking amazing stuff, if you go to YouTube, find Kelly Clarkson. Kelly Clarkson is shit-faced at a Metal Shop show and ends up on stage singing, I think it's Sweet Child of Mine, with the guys in the band. She's hammered.
Nice.
And Michael Starr, Ralph Sands, whatever name you want to give him at this point, he's trying to get her to flash her tits. It's fucking awesome. It's great. It's brilliant. It was the best time at a time when people were not having fun in the music industry. And for that, they deserve eternal credit, because at the time...
Because everyone likes tits.
Well, yeah, but at the time when they were doing that, music was all about grunge and depression and darkness, and nobody was having a good time. And those guys did carry the torch, and they deserve the credit for that, for keeping fun in music. But again,
they took the idea of Spinal Tap, which in my eyes, Spinal Tap just stopped with the movie. I mean, their regular albums were terrible. I'm sorry to say, but the movie was legendary. But Steel Panther today is at a level of, in my eyes, a legitimacy of being just a very, very well-known band. And yeah, they're funny as fuck. But they're the Spinal Tap of today. They continue. They grab the baton from Spinal Tap and raise the bar big time, I feel.
Yeah, but it's the difference between McDonald's and a gourmet restaurant. They're both serving food, but it's not the same. And again, something to be said for that. Gourmet food appeals to a very small audience. McDonald's is everywhere. So if Steel Panther can do this and become big, look, they're the best at what they do. There are some other bands that have done it. Dane Zimmerman is in the chat. He pointed out Robert Mason, who's the lead vocalist for Warrant and was in Lynch Mob and a couple other great bands, had a band called Metalhead, and they used to play in Scottsdale every Sunday night. Again, doing the same thing that Metal School, Metal Shop, Steel Panther were doing in LA. Somebody said, "Oh, hey, that's a great idea. Let's do that." And Metal School was the first band that did that and made it sort of a fun thing and made it sort of a fun joke to it. And they deserve credit for that. They're still not playing the same game that Mötley Crüe is playing. And I understand why Nikki Sixx is put off by it.
But do you think right now Spinal Tap could tour with, say, Def Leppard as an opening act? Because I don't think they could, comparative to Steel Panther, who could.
The world is different now. I don't think, again, Spinal Tap is a band made up of comedic actors who also have musical ability. Mm-hmm. Metal Shop or Metal School or Steel Panther is made up of failed LA musicians. They all took their shot. None of them made it.
Until now.
Until now. Again, but those guys slogged it out. Look, Ralph was in LA Guns for a brief period, and it stiffed. Russ Parrish is a great guitar player, but he never did anything notable. Steel Panther is the most notable thing that any of those guys have ever done in their musical career. They set out to be famous LA musicians. They all failed, and they found a gimmick, and they're writing that gimmick to success. They're making a shitload of money and selling a shitload of records, and that's awesome. They found their thing.
Yeah.
And their thing is great. But let's be honest, it's not their first choice. They all wanted to be Nikki Sixx, and that's why this parody is so well done. They all wish they were RATT. They all wish they were LA Guns or Guns N' Roses or Nikki Sixx, and none of them made it.
No, absolutely.
Now they have their thing. So you can't compare Spinal Tap, who are all fucking accomplished actors and comedians and legends in their own mind and their own right, who did something also that was fantastic, versus musicians who found a shtick that worked. Finally,
Spinal Tap was just one thing that they all did. That
was one incredibly legendary movie of a classic time. And you had, 3 albums that were just terrible.
But that was just one character that they all played. They all had so many other things. Harry Shearer, he is the Simpsons.
Right. No, I mean, that's the point. The point is the guys that were in Spinal Tap was a bit, but it was only one thing. Steel Panther Steel Panther is their thing, and it's their 7th or 8th or 9th shot at being famous. And they got it. God love them for sticking by it and sticking to their guns, no pun intended, and getting their shit together and finally finding something that works, a formula that works and sells and gets people to come to their show. But let's face it, if they were all as good as they want to be, they would have made it in real bands. It's not a real band. It's a great shtick put together. It's a comedy troupe made up of people who are musicians.
I think it's a real band that does comedy songs. You could say they're the heavy metal Weird Al Yankovic. And I agree with you, Jim. Nikki should chill. It's not a personal dig at you. They were a parody when a time that we needed a parody, when everyone was laughing at Winger and Warrant and those of us that were devoted to them. There was no new music coming. So here's this band playing metal songs, and they're funny songs, which we're all into. And now they're playing legitimate music. It's still funny music. It's still a comedy show, but it's a fun fucking re-experience of the 80s with a lot of humor in it. And I love it. And look, I'm happy Mötley Crüe's out, a huge Crue head like you guys. I just think, Nikki should probably just chill out.
Yep. I can see why he would be offended by it. But let's not take this too seriously.
I can't because look, it's like you and I looked a certain way in the 80s with long hair and spandex and leather and whatever. We can make fun of it. We can make fun of it because, wow, okay, I had a purple pirate shirt made of crushed satin and boots this big. There were neon green with gold ninja stars on it, whatever. It was a fun time. It was a funny time. I have great memories of it. At the same time, I have no problem laughing about it, and neither should Nikki.
You're absolutely right. Certain guys that do this for a living take this shit way too seriously. So on the one hand, nobody likes to be told their baby is goofy because that's, some of these guys write these songs and think, oh my God, I have written a masterpiece. I've made a contribution to music that will endure and will become my defining legacy. When I leave this planet, people will be speaking of me 30 years from now because of this song that I wrote. No, they won't. It was a nice moment in time. Let's fucking, cash the check, enjoy the moment of fame that you had, but let's not. That's the thing that I love about guys like Deep Purple and Robert Plant and David Coverdale believe they're doing something that is this amazing contribution to literacy. And it's not. It's a great 3.5-minute pop song. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. So nobody likes to be told you're shit. Like if somebody said to you, John, you're not funny, there's a little piece of that.
What do you mean? What do you mean if? What do you mean? Dude, I get hate mail every day, and that's from my relatives.
there's a little bit of that in the back here and a little back here that stings just a little bit, because nobody wants to be told you work on your craft and you put this thing together and you're trying to go out there and do something that is notable and that people will remember and appreciate, and people go, fuck you, you suck. There's a little piece of that.
That sting is gonorrhea, and Nikki should get over it.
Yeah, I agree. There's a balance there. Let's not take this too seriously, and that's why this feud is nothing. It's much ado about nothing. It's a great marketing plan for the guys for Steel Panther. God love them for it. They're not as stupid as they act.
No, they're actually very smart. I've talked to Russ, and
yep.
he's very smart. Look, he's playing a stupid character. It's an act. It's an act.
And it's a great act.
I'm naturally stupid, but I mean, it's I play the act of an intelligent man on the air.
Right.
So it's not normal. Hey, Jason McNamara, how are you, brother?
You're very good at it, man.
Thank you.
Hey, Jason, and hey, Molly. Good to see you, Molly.
I think you suck and you're not funny.
Well, that's Dad. Is that you? You suck and you're not funny.
I can't believe it. You suck and you're not funny. That's going to be the name of the Popcorn double album.
I kid.
It's not even like you have one or the other. You suck and you're not funny. Talk about a legacy for my children.
But at least you're not going to leave the world broke. I can get a couple bucks for that fucking guitar.
What I hear is when you do leave the world, should you hopefully commit suicide, I'm waiting, you get $1.82 from Science for your body. You got some minerals in all that fat. Thanks, Dad.
So in music news.
Yeah, so in music news, speaking of the 80s, there is a new band called, I love this name, Hookers and Blow.
They're not new?
I have not heard of them.
Okay.
I mean, make no mistake, we saw them all over the 80s. But basically, see if we're thinking the same thing, because they're talking about the album that they're making. And Hookers and Blow consists of Guns N' Roses' Dizzy Reed and Quiet Riot's Alex Grossi. And they're making a cover album. The first two songs that they've come up with are cover the Rolling Stones' Rocks Off and Eddie Money's Shakin'. So I haven't heard of them before, and they're saying they just put it together. Are you thinking something different?
They've been around for 7 or 8 years.
Okay.
It was like a jam band, like Circus Diablo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
it was like, they're making an album finally.
Yes, they're actually making a real thing, but it was a jam band that Dizzy Reed put together, and it was like a lot of other things like Circus Diablo and all these other things. It was a rotating cast of characters.
They started in 2004.
Yeah, so they've been around for a while.
It's like Hollywood Vampires.
Yeah, sort of a similar situation. They've been around for a long time, and it's good. See, here's a great example. This was a lot of like what the Steel Panther thing was. Steel Panther thing was a joke. Hookers and Blow was musicians from all of these 80s bands that were looking for something to do during a time where nobody gave a shit about that style of music. So they would get together and they would do No Bozos jams. You'd get the guitar player from one obscure band. And Dizzy Reed was he's the only guy that's been in the band, I think, since day one.
Is he the only one that plays keyboards, or?
I don't know. I mean, he's just the guy that it's sort of his idea, and he continues to do it. And now the pendulum has swung back in a way where, hey, look, we can do this almost like Dead Daisies. Dead Daisies wasn't a real band for a while either. That was sort of a jam band. And then all of a sudden they were like, oh, the pendulum has swung back and people care about this style of music again. We're good at it. Sign us, give us a deal. So that's great that Hookers and Blow are doing something now that's going to become a tangible, viable product.
Keep in mind, it's still a covers album, but I suspect it's going to be a good covers album based on the two that they've chosen so far, Rolling Stones and Eddie Money. Those two very serious songs. So
no, it's good, and it's a good band too. If you can go on YouTube and you can find videos of them.
Dane Zimmerman's in the chat says his band played at the Whiskey A Go Go with Hookers and Blow. At least I think he's referring to the band. I think.
Yeah, no, they've been around for a while.
That's awesome, Dan.
That's very cool, brother. So that's Hookers and Blow. Rolling Stones Rocks Off and Eddie Money's Shakin'. And those two are done and coming in. And let's see. Speaking of getting your rocks off, Kirk Hammett was discussing guilt he used to have about leaving with Exodus. Exodus was the band that he started in high school. He started it when they were 16. He was all about it. It was his project, his baby, someone that was going. And he started with two of his best friends he grew up with. And suddenly when Metallica had the opening after getting rid of Dave Mustaine, he just thought it was a better opportunity. And that was it. He went with it. And when he went there, he says he specifically used the same riff for Metallica's Trapped Under Ice as he did in Exodus's Impaler song. And he says, I didn't feel that guilty about taking the same riff because I wrote it and it was my band versus me being the guitarist of another band. I just felt guilty about leaving my childhood friends behind and taking an opportunity that I couldn't bring them with me. So luckily, it all worked out in the end. Exodus became a big, great band, and Metallica obviously is a juggernaut of metal. But he was reflecting on that. I thought that was kind of neat.
Mm-hmm. It's easy to say now in hindsight.
Yeah,
you know,
those guys don't have mansions.
Yeah, Exodus is an outstanding band who probably should be mentioned up there with the big three, the big four. It should be the big five, and could be the big six if you throw Testament in there as well. But Testament is was like the second level of that. And Death Angel could be mentioned in there as well. They were all part of that scene at that point. They were just kids at that, when all that started to break. But Exodus is really, to me, the fifth important band of that genre. And then there are some people, and there are some people that would try to throw Overkill from the East Coast in on that discussion as well. Easy for Kirk to look back on that, understand the idea that he would regret making that choice, but it's a business. It's using a sports analogy. If you have an opportunity to play for a team that is, the Cleveland Browns or the Buffalo Bills or whatever you want to use for football, or you want to play for the Tampa Bay Rays, or you want to play for the Yankees or the Cubs. I mean, it's just, you got to take that shot. And you can't give Kirk a hard time for doing that.
And clearly it worked out for everyone. And
sure.
It's not even that his buddies held it against him, but he felt bad because not only did he leave them flat with a band he started, right, but he went to a band that got success, including a riff he wrote for that first band. So, you're literally taking that same riff into two songs.
Is there recordings of the Exodus tune? Was it released on a record?
Is it Exodus Impaler, he said. Now I don't know if that's a B-side or something that wasn't produced, but he mentioned it by name. And he said,
John Biel, find him and put them both in the Discord. Oh, crap.
Is that the riff? That sounds like a wet riff.
Yeah, Exodus. They formed in 79.
He formed it in high school.
From Richmond, California, which is just up the street from me.
Oh, how about the chickens, Johnny?
Did you check the chickens?
Yeah.
Have you checked the chickens?
That's where I was. I had to close them in for the night.
Did you check the chickens already?
Hey, a chicken in every pot, but Johnny just lets them go.
Johnny, did you secure the cocks?
You gotta tie them down.
The problem with the cocks is they're running free all over the place. Cocks everywhere.
Strap it down, Johnny. Strap it down.
You said strap it down, not strap it on.
This choke chicken moment brought to you by Bang Energy Drink. Delicious root beer.
You should call it Boing Energy.
Boing is in my pants. Thank you, little blue pill. Boing.
This brought to you by Oi. I don't have the energy drink.
I'll tell you something. I like this root beer blaze flavor. I haven't had this until
what is the blaze part of it? Is it like a spicy root beer?
No, it's just a name because it's a really good sharp root beer, It's not like
I know
down and crap,
I know where I sit in the pantheon of this show. I don't get any of the free Bang energy drink that you get.
Come on.
By the way,
come over and hang out. Johnny, when you were here, I said, do you want something to drink? What do you got? Well, I got water, OJ, some purple stuff. Oh, Bang energy drink.
It was all Bang everywhere.
Yeah, I just this message right now. Hold on a second. Bang, if you're watching, and I know you are.
Oh, they are.
Give this kid something. Do I not look like the perfect spokesmodel for your sugary snack food?
It's an energy drink. It'll give you go get 'em energy.
Yes, that's exactly what I need is some go get 'em energy. Because look at this thing over here. It's fakakta.
It's all muscle. It's all muscle.
It was at one point. Now gravity wins.
Yeah, look, I've got a 6-pack of Flabs right here. So
yeah,
I'm not the sharpest chocolate. I'm a melty chocolate bar when it comes to physique.
I always like to tell everybody I'm Jason Momoa with a dad bod.
I like that commercial of Jason Momoa where he takes off his hair and he takes off his muscles and he lets his stomach go, and that's
I love it, dude. As soon as I say that, I say Jason Momoa with a dad bod, people go, and that's how you can become the Neander Paul diet. Think of this nude, and you will lose 20 pounds immediately.
And deep fry every snack cake you can find.
By the way, while you're drinking Bang energy drink, I'm drinking the corporate soda that shall remain nameless.
Thank you.
Yes, because I don't want to show the logo because we're sponsored by another. It's a Mexican soda. Because I am in Arizona, so it's a Mexican soda.
Yes.
Do you want one of these? Yes, I do.
Yes. Pep, yes.
Would you like one of these?
El grande pinga, delicioso.
Would you like? Are you working on something to avoid diabetes?
See.
I can see you drinking that.
Yes,
I do.
So again, Bang energy drink. If you would like me to drink 4 cans of your lovely soda in 3 hours and 46 minutes, by all means, send me a case.
There it is.
Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about that. People go, well, how much of that stuff are you drinking? That's 4 cans. That's what, 24, 40, 48 ounces of this crap. But 0 calories, 0 sugar, 0 diabetes.
Paul, got the diabetes. That's my other oatmeal. The diabetes. Hello, I'm Wilford Brimley. I got the diabetes. I probably got it laying in the bottom of a pool. All I'm saying is my diabetes. The diabetes.
He almost rolled those bees in his jowls,
My diabetes.
It's funny because when he did it, like the lip flat, it's not a bee so much as it is a.
Because he got that mustache like
Chumley.
No, you remember Tom and Jerry, his cousin? Yeah. Whoa, fucking about a corn heater.
He's Commander McBragg. Yeah. He's got that Commander McBragg mustache.
Yeah. Did I ever tell you about the time I was in Africa, Commander? Well, there we were in the dark forest.
It was a dark and lonely night. Quite.
And finally, in music news, this is another fun story. This is a good one. RATT, who we talk about here often, has spoken up. RATT basically is working on finally announcing a new album. Ladies and gentlemen, RATT is working on their first album since 2010. Think about that. Does anyone care?
No,
of course we care. Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
I'm one of these guys. This is where I start to show my age. I want the guys to get their shit together. I want Steven and Warren and Bobby and Juan to get their shit together, because to me that's RATT. When you've only got one guy. And okay, I guess Juan is still part of the thing, but when you've only got one guy from the classic lineup of a band, it's not the band.
Without Robin, it's not the band.
It's not the. Well, look, I like the Carlos Cavazo record.
No, I'm just kidding. I mean,
I like the Carlos Cavazo record.
Carlos was a great fill-in for Robin. They were best friends, and Carlos has a similar style of playing, and it's a great stage presence. I love Carlos Cavazo.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, the guys. I mean, you can't. When a guy dies, that's a difficult reunion to pull off.
Yeah.
But
weekend at Bernie's. I'm sure Sharon's going to do it with Ozzy. She's going to
the hologram show will be. Just put Robin in a hologram and make sure he wears a condom this time.
Oh my god!
Oh, what? Too soon? That's the most offensive thing said on this show in the past 3 hours and 49 minutes. That's the thing that got. That's where we crossed the line.
We've got to review the video.
Boing Energy drinks that.
That's where we crossed the line.
Yeah, this necrophilia moment brought to you by Bang Energy Drink and Swiss Picks. Thank you.
Why does John Mancuna come in a can? Because his mother died.
Oh. And which can does he come in? His mother's.
Oh, see, you were looking for the bottom.
Now we're reaching it. We're almost there. We got 10 minutes left.
No. That said, though, I kind of want. Here's the thing, RATT right now, it might as well be arcade. It's not RATT.
You could say that because it's Piercy fronting a bunch of guys. But here's the thing: you still have two guys, and thank you, Amazing Drop. You make me come. No, listen. And thank you, Renus. The thing about RATT, I mean, obviously coming off their huge, massive comeback in a Geico commercial.
Geico commercial,
Geico commercial. So, or is it Progressive or is it Geico?
No, I think it's Geico.
No,
it's Progressive, right?
It's Progressive.
Is it Geico?
It's not Geico.
I just knows.
I saw it. I just saw it. It's the one of them has a clogging problem.
Yeah, it's a RATT problem
upstairs, and the other one is a RATT problem.
Is that Progressive or Geico?
It'd be Progressive because it's Geico. It's not the little.
It is. I think it's Geico.
No, but Progressive is also the girl. She the Flo.
Yeah,
after her period.
John Biel.
John Biel. What?
John Biel.
Mike Rogers says it's Geico.
Okay, I think it's Geico.
I think it's Geico. Anyway, look, it has Steven and it has Bobby Blotzer. So
it's just Steven and Warren. Steven and Juan.
Oh, Juan Croucher. I'm sorry. My bad. It's Steven and Juan.
Okay, it is Geico.
Okay. No worries. All right. So
well, they're not a sponsor, so fuck them.
Obviously, it's getting a lot of airplay. Hey, we didn't have to mention Geico or Progressive unless they mail us a check.
I just thought Geico was always that little green guy.
He's a lizard. A gecko.
It's a gecko.
You don't get that? Johnny's first getting that joke now.
He's a gecko?
It's a gecko. That's how he started. He's like, I am a gecko, not to be confused with Geico. Please don't mistake me for Geico.
Is he a gecko from the get-go?
And
I always thought that the voice was based on Elvis Costello, if it wasn't actually Elvis Costello.
Well, either way. So coming off of their big insurance commercial comeback, the thing is, RATT's album. What was the last one? Intonator?
Infestation, I believe.
Infestation, and it was something with an I.
Yeah, I own it all. I don't know why, but I do.
I have it. I just don't have it here. Anyway, but that was 2010, right? So I mean, you're 20, you're 11 years without an album, without a RATT album. So here's the thing. So right now you have guitarist and main writer with Stephen Piercy is Jordan Ziff,
who's a kid from here. He's a kid from Arizona,
and he's their go-to guitarist and writer right now. Him and Piercy are writing this album. Now you also
in a band here called Razor, by the way. If you want to go pick up some Razor material, it's available. They have a couple of CDs out. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, okay. they're Razor is parenthetically connected to Alan Niven, who obviously managed Great White and Guns N' Roses, and who lives here a little up north of Phoenix.
Two amazing bands, obviously.
Yeah, no, Alan Niven is a great guy.
So Jordan Ziff took over for Carlos Cavazo, who took over when Robin Crosby passed away. I didn't even know Carlos left the band, to be honest. I thought he played with them recently, but I was wrong. So Jordan is now basically one of the co-writers of this album. The other guitarist, Chris Sanders, was who replaced Warren in 2018 when Warren finally just had it up to here and said, I'm done. I'm not coming back again. But he's now leaving, or he left already. So now they're looking for a replacement guitarist for Chris Sanders. So they're making a new album. They have a new single ready to go pretty much. And they're going to make an album around that. And they're looking for a guitarist. Now, one other piece of news with them, they're doing something called, or at least they have planned, the Big Rock Summer Tour. Now, if they're talking this summer, that's not going to happen. I don't see concerts coming back this summer. We're in this summer now. There's no concerts going to happen. But it was planned with Tom Kiefer, Tom Kiefer of Cinderella, Skid Row, and Slaughter. So great lineup. And I know all those bands have toured together previously.
I think that's already been postponed.
If it has, it didn't reach today's news because it was. I mean, this is a story out of today, but either way, it's not going to happen. But I love the lineup. I love the spirit of it. And look, even if they're not going to get Warren back, and I'm a huge Warren fan, I don't think it's RATT without him, but I can still work with if it's a good album in the same way I did when, David Lee Roth was the DLR band. It was just Roth out of Van Halen with a backup band that was spectacular. And if that's what RATT's destined to be, if the product's good, I'm still behind it.
Again, I want it to be great. I just don't think it's RATT. And it's not even arcade. If they want to go out under the RATT banner, obviously, Juan. It's funny. It's so weird though, because Steven and Juan were at each other's throats for so long. And then it was Steven and Warren, and then Juan and Warren, and then Bobby and Warren and Bobby and everybody. And they all hated Steven for the longest time. But I think when it's all said and done, I think they all understand that the sum of the parts is greater than any of the individuals. And at some point, they've got 4 out of the 5. If Guns N' Roses can do it, if Dokken can do it, RATT can do it.
I think it's different because Warren doesn't need money.
All right.
Warren doesn't need money. And again, maybe he'll just say, hey, look, everyone and their mother is on board and they're offering me a lot of money. Okay. I mean,
that's why the Dokken guys did it in Japan. That's why Extreme got back together in Japan.
No, look, I spoke to, let me name drop here. Get it, Paulie. I spoke to Lynch before anyone was, you got it? Before
almost hit the floor. Almost hit the floor. If it had hit the floor, I would have had to burn it.
Dog almost got it.
No, yeah. I got a little advance notice from Lynch that this Japan thing was happening. And I was like excited. And he told me right out of the bat, he's like, it's too much money to turn down.
Right.
And that's, look, it worked for Guns N' Roses. Like you put together, it worked for a lot of bands.
Yep.
I still think, the
Eagles.
It did. I mean, look, like you said, I think the worst feud ever was Guns N' Roses and Van Halen and Dokken. I mean, all that, head to head, let's form separate bands and go on our ways for years. I cannot see if the right money was offered, even Warren not needing it per se, still would probably have a hard time turning down the right number if everyone else was on board with an olive branch.
What's interesting about RATT is they don't get mentioned in the same breath as bands like Mötley Crüe and Poison, and yet we're every bit as big, if not bigger than Poison, if not bigger than Cinderella. But for whatever reason, they were. You go back and look at RATT was a bigger headliner than Poison for longer than that.
I saw Poison touring more.
Okay,
and with more hits too.
Well, there's an argument to be made there too. Go back and look at those RATT records, from Out of the Cellar all the way through Detonator or Reach for the Sky. I mean, there were big songs on all of those records. That necessarily can't be said for Poison. The first 3
Every
Poison
Rose
albums
has its
were
spot.
great. Oh no, I'm not saying they didn't have a bigger single song. I'm saying that
They had a
RATT-
lot of bigger singles.
maybe.
I
Again,
think.
Yeah, I think again, going back to the point, RATT doesn't get mentioned in the same category, but they were a headlining arena band for a long time, and yet because of their internal strife, it's almost like Deep Purple. They don't get the credit that they deserve for being as prolific as they were because of their dysfunction. Because of the dysfunction of that band. But if you go back and you look at, if you look at RATT's greatest hits, and by the way, none of this is coincidental. They just re-released, Atlantic Records just re-released a box set of all the Atlantic Records releases of RATT's albums, with the exception of the EP. The EP is still a bitch to find on CD. But the actual albums, there's the Atlantic years of RATT that box set has been released. I guess it was toward the end of last year during the holiday season. And, that probably has renewed some interest, along with whomever is managing them or handling their career has done a great job. They get this box set released around the holidays, then they get the Geico commercial, and now they release a new album. That's how you do it. That's how business works.
The Geico commercial, I think, is the big one, because not a lot of people are just buying music as they used to, other than like on Spotify and, just physical things. As great as I think that box set is, I just don't see, you and I already have it. They're old school fans already have it.
Right.
And but like, I think putting them in the public eye, sort of like the way Europe is well known by everyone because the final countdown is at every football game.
Right.
But going back to who was bigger, a couple of interesting points in the chat. RATT musically was a great band, but had more dudes following them than girls, and that's a big factor. No. You think about it.
What we're comparing here? What we're comparing is RATT is Van Halen with David Lee Roth, and Poison is Van Halen with Sammy Hagar.
I disagree with that. I think, make no mistake, I think Warren's a better player technically than CC. I don't think we have to debate that as much as
talking about appeal.
Much as I love CC. Appeal wise, Bret Michaels a better frontman than Stephen Pearcy, more likable,
better singer, better songwriter,
way better songwriter. And RATT didn't have a ballad. They didn't have a ballad the way Poison had a few of them.
Well, it's because Stephen can't sing.
But with that, I mean, that's why I say Poison was a higher echelon band, and Mötley Crüe as well. I put RATT in the same vein as, say, Cinderella or maybe Tesla. Amazing musicians, but not as much commercial appeal as, say, Mötley Crüe or Poison.
Which is where I will submit for your approval. Point Break. Nobody Rides for Free on that soundtrack and in that movie, and Slip of the Lip and Body Talk in The Golden Child from Eddie Murphy. RATT had their music in big,
they weren't hits
vehicles. What? No, it's not. Again, we're making the same argument, which is which band was more well known for a longer period of time. And yes, Poison certainly ascended to a higher level. And again, my original assertion is RATT doesn't get mentioned, and yet they were a big band. They were a band that was in a Patrick Swayze, Keanu Reeves movie, in an Eddie Murphy movie. I mean, those guys got their product put in front of. They did MTV Unplugged. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff that RATT did during that period, and they're sort of the forgotten band. And I'm not going to certainly put them on the same level from an achievement standpoint, but they're kind of like The Who. Everybody around them was so fucking huge that, as great as The Who were, they didn't get the proper respect at the time. You're talking about the Stones and the Beatles and Zeppelin and Sabbath and all of these other bands that were massive. Mm-hmm. The Who and the Kinks got sort of pushed off to the side and not really acknowledged as much. RATT, during that hair band era, had this, they were sort of bubbled. They were always on that second tier. They never get that over the hump. And yet, again, they had these songs in these massive movies at the time. They had great tours. They went out, but for whatever reason, something was fucked up internally with that band, that they were poised for massive success. And snatched defeat from the jaws of victory every opportunity. They were on Atlantic Records. They had great videos. MTV loved them. They were perfectly positioned to be a great, huge fucking band. And because they couldn't get their shit together, they fail. In the end, they're just another second tier band. And that's, I think that's sad. I think that's sad because go back and look at their catalog, and we know their catalog. Go back and look at it and you go, Jesus, what a good band. They were really a good band.
Oh, musically, I love them. Commercially, I don't look at the soundtracks the way you do. I look at as when they're making a soundtrack, they're saying, okay, we need to fill the soundtrack. We'll maybe get a hit or two, a single or two, but we want filler. We need some filler. Who's going to make us a good deal that we can take a mass appeal of this genre, this genre, this genre, and this genre, and put it in a soundtrack? Because you look at an average movie soundtrack, you're mixing a lot of genres. You have a Tangerine Dream song with a RATT song with a ballad, and
it's advertising. It's a K-Tel record. You're taking a band, you're taking a bunch of different bands and putting them on a vehicle like Point Break or like the Golden Child, which, by the way, at the time were not massive movies, but in hindsight, they've become cult favorites. But you're looking at these things, those movies are going out to a huge, wide open audience, and you're hoping that wide open audience will see or hear the song in the soundtrack and go, hey, I kind of like that band. So it's almost fishing. You're fishing with a soundtrack.
You could say that with Trick or Treat, I mean, did Fastway do really well with the Trick or Treat soundtrack?
Well, Trick or Treat wasn't a mass appeal movie.
Okay, but it was still, at the time, neither was Golden Child. It was considered a bomb.
It was but it was starring the biggest name in comedy at the time.
Sure, but
no, I mean, you're going to compare Skippy to Eddie Murphy?
No, but to be fair, soundtrack wise, okay, you have something like Top Gun, it's like hit after hit after hit after hit. You have something like the Golden Child soundtrack. Who the fuck bought it? Who bought it?
Oh no, I don't disagree with you, but the point of a soundtrack for any movie, and look, we know this because of the soundtrack to Saturday Night Fever. How many different disco artists had massive records after that because of that?
Sure.
You know what I mean? When you've got a soundtrack to a popular movie, Dirty Dancing, when you've got a soundtrack to one of these movies that is mass appeal, you're hoping that one song by that band will get enough attention because they bought the album for Time of Your Life or whatever. I'm using that as the example.
Sure.
But then the third or fourth song on there, you put the album on and you listen to it and go, oh, this is RATT. Oh, I'm in the record store. Look, it's RATT. And that's kind of what you're doing is you're trying to fish. And I think that RATT had every opportunity. They didn't write as great. I mean, the songs that RATT wrote, the rock songs that they wrote, they certainly appeal to men more than women because they didn't have a power ballad.
And Stephen Piercy wasn't as
he's not a greatest singer.
He wasn't as pretty a boy either.
No, and it's funny because Kix was a second tier RATT that wrote better songs and had a ballad that fucking popped.
Yeah.
Because Beau Hill produced both of those records. And if you listen to RATT records and Kix records, they sound remarkably similar, not just musically, but even vocally. Steve Whiteman, the way his voice was processed, very similar to Stephen Piercy in RATT records. But Kix wrote a ballad. Kix wrote a song that popped. And they had a moment.
Close Your Eyes was like that made them after, and that's their fourth album.
Right. That's my point. And I love Kix. I think Kix is a great band, but Kix was another band that was around for like 10 years before they popped because they jumped from genre to genre until they found a formula that worked. RATT had everything in front of them at the time and just couldn't get their shit together. And I think it's sad. And that goes back to my original assertion, which is RATT doesn't get mentioned at the level that I think they deserve when you look back on that era.
And you look, RATT came out of the gate at their second album with their biggest hit, Round and Round, was on MTV. Come On, Feel the Noise was for Quiet Riot.
Sure.
I mean, big time. Everybody knew that video. You saw it a billion times. And it was a great song. And then you had a good written follow-up just not a lot of real hits per se. You know, you could say like, you know, Lay It Down, which is my personal favorite RATT song, and it got somewhere on the chart, but how far did it really get compared to Poison, 3 albums, and those all had chart-topping hits, both rockers and ballads.
No,
So
no,
go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say much better. Brett Michael, and again, Poison, another band that I think suffers from the same thing that Kiss and Enough's Enough suffer for, and that is
they're not taken seriously.
People saw the image and didn't take them seriously, because if you go and you go and you listen, same thing with Winger. If you go and you listen to some of those Poison records, there are some fantastic songs.
One of my favorite albums.
Yeah, some really and I love the Kotzen record, and I like the Saraceno record as well. I think they wrote some really, really good songs, and not unlike RATT, because they came from that era, not taken seriously as songwriters or taken seriously as a band. Poison certainly much bigger because they had the hits and they were much better looking, and they were able to hide their dysfunction. As fucked up as that, because that band didn't get along either. I mean, obviously the CC thing.
They had a lot of problems with CC and Brett and drugs and, you know.
But all that stuff, but they were able to hide that, whereas for whatever reason, RATT was not able to do that. Their shit came to the surface. It came quick, and they just couldn't. And again, a great band. I think a great band. RATT was a great band that doesn't get mentioned at the level that I think that they deserve overall. And that's why I'm not interested in this new album, because it's not RATT to me.
And look, with respect to Saraceno and Kotzen,
right,
both great guitarists, both great writers, but not great Poison writers.
No.
Because those first 3 albums were pretty much written by mostly CC, with some left, you know, to Brett. But CC,
which is my argument,
for almost the full 3rd album on his own. You know, I mean, that's a great album.
Which makes my point for me. You can't create chemistry. Just because you put 5 guys in a band doesn't make it the band.
Sure.
Round peg, square hole with Saraceno and with Kotzen, both great guitar players, and Richie Kotzen might have been the best singer that's ever been in Poison. But,
very talented.
But
Richie's awesome.
Yeah, but it just didn't work. Fuck, if we'll go off the page here for a second. If there's going to be a Soundgarden reunion, Richie Kotzen is the guy. Holy shit, would he kill that Soundgarden material?
Sure. I mean, I'm not a big Soundgarden guy, but I get what you're saying, ability-wise.
So the idea that you have the opportunity to put 80% of the classic lineup of RATT together and put out an album, if those 4 out of 5 guys aren't involved, or even the lineup with Carlos Cavazo, I just don't buy Steven and Juan as being enough RATT to be interested in a new album.
I wish it was Warren and Carlos, and I think Carlos is perfect for the band, but it's not, at least not now. And I think writing without Warren, it's going to have a different flavor. But again, I ask, will it be David Lee Roth out of Van Halen making just a still good product? You know?
Well, if that were the case, why aren't the arcade records being talked about as being as classic? And I by the way, I own both of them.
It was good, but it wasn't good enough to basically, you know, pair off as RATT.
So you ask yourself this question. Is the RATT brand, that name, strong enough to carry unknowns with Stephen Pearcy on lead vocals? Is the name strong enough alone for him to take 4 other guys, and obviously 3 other guys and Juan, but let's face it, nobody knows who Juan is.
It's going to depend on the guitar players.
Yeah.
It's going to depend on who they get as the next guy to replace Warren, and how good. And how good is Jordan Zeff? Because I haven't heard him.
I don't think he's Warren good.
But he's writing. Good. He's writing. Good. So I'm curious, how good is he? I don't think he'll be Warren good either, because very few people are.
Right. That's the point.
Very curious.
That's my point. A lot like George Lynch, he's another one of those guys that below the radar doesn't quite get the credit that he deserves as a player. And by the way, almost identical tones.
Well, him and Lynch grew up together.
Charvel and Delaney
came up together. Him and Lynch came up together. They roommated. They buddied around. They're best friends. They constantly are very similar in ability and style and teaching and whatnot.
Yep.
So yeah, very very similar comparison. And look, what was Don Dokken? You know, when it was the band Don Dokken without Lynch.
Right.
There's your other side of the coin. Will it be more like that?
And again, that's my point. My point is,
Lynch Mob pulled it off. Lynch Mob pulled it off with Rob Mason.
Because
only
Logan is the best.
Yeah.
And then Lynch Mob pulled it off twice because Robert Mason is a fantastic singer. Just ask him.
Yeah. The Yngwie Malmsteen school of how good am I?
I say that as a joke. I like Robert a lot. I know Robert. I like Robert. He's a great dude.
And I like him more.
And what fucking pipes that kid can sing.
I like him more.
I like the Cry of Love record he did. He did a Cry of Love record as well. So 4 hours, 14 minutes into this thing, do we have any more music news?
We do have to ask, take a minute, please hit the like button on the video. I know we're going marathon time over.
Round and round.
Because we're going round and round, and I want to lay it down and sleep, and
Yeah, it's literally 9:21. I have to be up for 3 o'clock for the work.
Yeah, I'm starving. I think we've done enough music news. Let's thank everyone in our audience, of course. We love you. We care about you. Please be safe out there. Let's thank our producers, and I think we're good.
John's father doesn't care about any of you.
With John. He absolutely doesn't care about me, and my mother won't even watch me over jugglers on America's Got Talent. Well, John,
here's the thing:
you really don't have talent, and I like watching talent.
Here's the thing: America's Got Talent has been over for an hour and 22 minutes. Your show is still on.
I still won't watch. I
don't care.
I'm gonna count the cotton balls in the bag.
I know how many jujubes are in the jar now, and I'm not telling.
Yeah. I don't even like heavy metal or guitars. Yeah, so I think we're good. Let's read some credits. Thank you. Hit the like button. Good. Yeah, I think we're good.
All right, let's say thank you to our executive producers, Charles Green, Mike Neese, Robbie Johnston, Connor Johnson, 5150 Music Therapy Laz, David Ennis, Thomas Santiago, Michael LeCaptain Smith, Some Dave Dude, and Steve Carmichael.
And let's also give a huge thank you to our channel members. Hal Face, Some Dave Dude, James Gum. Let's see my screen small. No, James, I just put my finger in my ass.
Where are your glasses?
Is that James Gum or Jamie Gum? Put the lotion in a basket.
Yeah, right, Jamie Gum. 802 Blues, Mr. BHB Jr., Frag 5150, Jesus Rapes Me, and that's some font there. William Bill Spruce, Frank Cochran, Thomas Santiago, Brian Spalding, Fender Guru, Music Therapy Laz, Ghost BC Rich, Hugh Caldwell, Jim Nicholas, Connor Johnson 5150, and again, Steve Carmichael. And thank you, John Biel. Thank you, John Biel, for helping out tonight, as always. And again,
third page? What the fuck?
What do we get? What do people like the show or something?
The first page goes at the
all right,
beginning.
I'm going to do this one better. Here we go again. Right. Thank you to our channel members: Charles Green, Fruitcake Tony, Richard Poole, Jason Wade, Mike Meeks, Mickey Settlemeyer, Joe Christian, Nicole Mrazek, Sean Boland, Linny Lou and Mary. Crazy Cook 6878, Bo Zeke, Julia Baldassari, Robbie Johnston, False Flag, David Ennis, Michael the Captain Smith. Are you going to repeat that? I feel like I'm at the Oscars.
Yes.
I feel like I'm at the Oscars.
Coming up, LL Cool J gives a musical performance, and we hear from the head of the Academy. When Mancuda goes Oscars returns.
Yeah, and you know what? My show of the Oscars will be just as empty this year as the real Oscars that won't be happening. So it could very well be I could be hosting the non-Oscars.
Mm-hmm. You could do it from outside.
Right now, like 30 audience members on acid are just like clawing at the walls, freaking out, hearing those voices we're doing.
By the way, here's how long this show has gone. No dogs. They've said, "Fuck it, we're going to bed."
They're asleep. I mean, I have to eat dinner.
They've tapped out.
Look, everyone, we'll get through this COVID-19 shit. Come here for entertainment. Leave a thumbs up. Thank you so much. Leave a comment in the comments below because we do reply to them and we appreciate you.
Yeah, leave a bunch of comments down there. Leave like all comments,
but make sure they're all profane because John's mother reads them.
Yeah, and put them on the same line.
But she reads them. She reads them in Gene Simmons as Gilbert Gottfried voice.
Oh my God, John, you're fucking awful. What a great show. I hope we can make a lot of money merchandising it. How come the fat guy has a bald spot right between his ear? If you're smart, you'll leave a comment, a like, and subscribe, then smash your television.
Oh.
And Mickey Settlemeyer, put your comments in one word, one line. I saw last week there were like 18 comments all by Mickey Settlemeyer, parts of sentences. I was like, Mickey, come on, man.
Well, hey, even one word comments, they're still considered comments.
Lowbrow. That's the word.
Poop.
Terrible.
It was awful. I can't believe I watched for 4 hours. Such a train wreck should never happen. The last time a train was so tragic, it was pulling into Auschwitz. I'm not sure what went down faster, this show, the Hindenburg, or Tracy Lords. Speaking of sucking dick, good night, John's mom.
By the way, with my thumbs up, we've now reached 84. We're only 16 away from the magic number of 100.
There we go. Yeah, so if you could please get us to 100 thumbs up, I'd really, 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 really appreciate it.
If we don't get to 100 thumbs up, John's father could die.
And it would probably happen. So please, I'm going to remove my thumb, and that'll make 17.
Wait a minute. Did you just say John Mancuda said, "I'm going to remove my thumb"?
I was talking about out of my ass.
Where was it?
Oh, boy. Here it comes. This thumb in my ass brought to you by Bang Energy Drink. There's nothing I'd rather have deep in my anus than a champagne waterfall of your powerful energy. Bang Energy Drink. It strokes the perineum. And boy, do I hope I could find where that Swiss pick went.
Oh.
Yeah. So thank you all for watching. And
thank you to Johnny Beane for staying another hour and 22 minutes after this thing should have been over.
Oh.
Yeah. Thank you, chickens. And again, apologies for our tech difficulties earlier. We didn't mean it.
Thank you, chickens.
Choking chickens.
Wow. I still have to go for a walk. It's like 9:30. I'm not gonna have dinner. I'm not gonna have dinner until midnight now, but that's okay.
One of those chickens will do.
Did you check on the chickens?
Yes, they're all good. And I'll be live tomorrow at 2 o'clock Pacific, not Pacific, Eastern, 2 o'clock Eastern, with Dave Lopez from the band Flipside. Be over on their channel. It'll be on the community tab on the channel here. We have a great time. And
as opposed to this show.
Thank you.
As opposed to
great minds
as opposed to
unlike the past 4 hours, 22 minutes, and 47 seconds, which have just been, I would rather have each hair pulled from my scrotum one at a time in 5-minute intervals than have to put up with another 3 minutes of this monstrosity. Speaking of pulling his scrotum, on Thursday, be sure to watch our buddy Dave Nesdall with Nez Says. Oh my, I've sat in gum. Gum in my mouth! Gum in my mouth!
Look, Johnny Beane is going to puke.
Oh my God.
That guy right there is very close to throwing up.
Just at the thought of pulling pubic hairs. Yeah, so watch Nez Says on Thursday night, our buddy Dave Nesdahl.
Wow. And then Friday, right here, we'll have the president from A&F Drum Company.
Oh.
So
Oh, isn't that nice?
look for that. It'll be a very, very serious show.
Well, I'll tune in for that one.
Jonathan, how come you don't have any presidents on your show?
Yeah, you've always been pulling your skin tight, but I don't understand why you don't have
I don't understand. The
always-
Drum Company, that sounds like a very successful business.
I always hear you beating off in the shower.
Oh.
Might as
Sorry,
well.
I've got a mosquito bite on my inner thigh.
John calls that a penis.
I'm hung like a peppercorn. And just as black. I hope that Karen from the damn park doesn't come after me.
Oh my gosh.
Oh. Well,
All
at
right.
4 hours and 25 minutes, the show got funny.
All right.
Now it's getting funny. Everyone's leaving. Now it's getting funny. Thank you, California Home Builders. Thank you, Amazing Drop, Mike Rogers, everyone, Deja Voodoo, Ben Tom, everybody. Thank you all. We love our audience. Thank you.
Love you all.
Intimately.
I love you all. I'll think about you later when I rub one out.
That was almost Gilbert Gottfried does Al Pacino.
I'm gonna rub one out. She's got a great ass. Woody Lou, I'm a coming for that great ass.
All right. Say goodnight, John.
We're done.
Good night, everybody. Thank you. We love you.
Say bye.
We're still live.